looking for answers, but I'm blinded by the light. I'm lost in the music and I stay here for the night. I promise I'll be gone in the morning, out of sight and out of mind. We stand and watch the world go up in flames. We fight for love until we die in vain. When the sky is getting dark and we're broken in our hearts, when we build our own demise, from the ashes we will rise. When the world is falling down, will you be my solid ground? When the world is falling down, will you be my solid ground? Be my solid ground. We look off the edge till the waves come crashing in, and we say our goodbyes to the tides that might have been. When the sky is getting dark and we're broken in our
wish my friends and I could celebrate, but these plans keep falling through because there's always something. Say that you want me.
You know who it is, coming round again. You want a dose of this right now, it's KDA. I'm a goddess with a blade, 소리쳐 원하 이름 잊지 못하게 loud, 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 loud. I could take you to the top, 절대 멈추지 못해. 내가 끝내주는 bag out, out, out. And when I start to talk like that, oh, you won't know how to react. I'm a picture perfect face with that wild in my veins. You can hear it in my growl, 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 growl. So keep your eyes on me now. 무엇을 보든 좋아할 거야. 나의 소원은 level. 나와 되게 원하는 확신해. We got it all in our hands now. So can you handle what we're all about? We're so tough, get to show you up. Can you feel the rush now? Ain't nobody bringing us down, 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 down. They can try, but we gonna win the crown. You can go another round, 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 round. Wish you luck, but you're not bringing us down. We go hard, till we get it, we go hard. We're so in it, we pop stars. Only winning, winning now. Ain't nobody bringing us down, 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 down. You ready for this? See, 언제든지 내 모습 magic down 한 번에 네가 잡을 절대 기죽지 않지. 다 pounding 못 알아. 근데 숲수 원해도 원하는 굴이 그래 보여. I'm troubling you, wanting it, I'm so cold. When I move that way, you gon' be so blown. I'm the realest in the game. Set on the fire with the blade. You're about to hear my name, ring it in your head like whoa. So keep your eyes on me now. 무엇을 보든 좋아할 거야. We're so tough, let's get to show you up. Can you feel the rush now? Ain't nobody bringing us down, 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 down. They can try, but we gonna win the crown. You can go another round, 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 round,
Yeah, I'm lost and numb, cold to the touch. I pretend like I don't remember your name. Every masterpiece turns to blasphemy. When I close my eyes, yeah, I still see your face. We were the thunder and the lightning, burning fire started from the spark. I would spin you just to watch you twirl. It was us against the world. You were the rain falling on my skin. Yeah, I was dying when you pulled me in. I was your rebel and you were my girl. It was us against the world. It was us against the world. It was us against the world. I was your rebel and you were my girl. It was us against the world. We were the thunder and the lightning, burning fire started from the spark. I would spin you just to watch you twirl. It was us against the world. You were the rain falling on my skin. Yeah, I was dying when you pulled me in. I was your rebel and you were my girl. It was us against the world. It was us against the world. It was us against the world. Yeah, I'm pale and gray, all dust and fade. When I call for you, all I hear back is pain. Every song must end, even diamonds fade. When the darkness comes, I count up my mistakes. We were the thunder and the lightning, burning fire started from the spark. I would spin you just to watch you twirl. It was us against the world. You were the rain falling on my skin. Yeah, I was dying when you pulled me in. I was your rebel and you were my girl. It was us against the world. Can you feel me? I'm so sad if I show my feelings for you. Need to know what you're feeling, know what you're feeling. I'm so scared if I show my feelings for you. Can you feel me?
Strangest addiction. I could say I'll quit without any conviction. Broke my own heart this time for believing that a ghost could find a body alive that hasn't seen the other side. So don't call me, I'll find something to escape my mind. strangest addiction. I could say I'll quit without any conviction. Broke my own heart this time for believing that a ghost could find a body alive that hasn't seen the other side. So don't call me, I'll find something to escape my mind. There's a tragedy in every ember. What's the cost when there's no love lost between us? So burn the letters. There's a tragedy in every ember. In every ember. In every I'm running away from the past I left behind. I'm looking for answers, but I'm blinded by the light. I'm lost in the music, can I stay here for the night? I promise I'll be gone in the morning, out of sight and out of mind. You know when you keep running but your legs are standing still. It's like you're stuck in a nightmare but you keep doing it for the thrill. Well, this is reality, you only live it once, so wake up from your dream. But just for tonight, let the lines get blurred. Let your thoughts be free, let your thoughts be free. Out of sight and out of mind. fellow armsmen, I ask you, will you follow me tonight to break their spine and reclaim what once was mine? Those cravens backstabbed me, deceived me. Never shall I tolerate their crimes again. Now let the hunt begin. 7,000 souls scared and daunted, such a tale of woe. Not too long ago, this village was a golden scene of hope.
Hello everybody and welcome to Bronze Standard 5's Iron to Gold Saga #1 of January. As you can see, we have our sponsors at the top of the list, True Haven Esports Academy and Aussie Broadband. And as you can see, the first two teams making an appearance for this game is going to be Mcom versus Kraken, a cold one. Quite the meme type of game, I'd say so myself. As you can see on the desk, we've got myself, Jactical, and Stavable here coming at you live as your casters.
Yep. And I'm excited to start with these boys. The Kraken and Cold One, they're, true Chad gamers, and they have a little thing they like to call the wheel, where they get this online wheel, they spin it to see where everyone's going to play this game. It makes casting them very interesting.
Imagine having like that wheel being spun and whatnot with the team preparing for the game on the intermission screen. It's just like everyone be thinking, what's going on here? As you can see, the catching up in these bands, we've got an interesting setup, even though it's preseason. You've got Kindred as well as Renington coming out from Mcom, and Kraken and Copeland decided to take out Graves and Pantheon. And
both very strong champions at the moment.
Yeah, and then you've also got Evelyn to boot as well. This is what really makes preseason with a whole new item set very interesting to behold.
Yes, it's going to be very interesting seeing how players adapt. And I'm glad we're not seeing a Graves pick, as he seems pretty boring to watch. I'm going to say that. It's going to be a super hot take. I'm going to get flamed. But I think Graves is boring to watch currently.
Yeah, I got to agree with you on that one. I mean, just seeing champions like Pantheon and Graves with Eclipse in their item set, you know how the game is going to run. And with the final ban being Echo taken away from Kraken Cold One, we can now start seeing the rosters begin to appear, as Ornn is the first one picked up for Hard Start Gold 4. I'm curious what Hirogi is going to pick in response to that at the moment.
Yeah, and I don't know about you, but I haven't actually seen much Ornn being picked since the preseason's hit.
No, neither have I, but I do love his new skin. Like, that new Elderwood skin is just, amazing.
Very pretty. And it looks like we might be seeing Malphite, but he decides to switch it to Aatrox the last second. And Aatrox is a champion that's been pretty hardly affected. He's been quite affected by the Grievous Wounds, but he also has a pretty disgusting build path which he can follow, of going Eclipse into Sterix into Ravenous Hydra, and you just hit 70% Omnivamp, and you become very difficult to kill if you don't get bursted down fast enough.
I also make your enemy cry.
Yeah,
I feel like is the best way to put it. And speaking of, that's also Zach being picked up by Jetman in the jungle. And looking in response as Kane is being hovered, but it is yet to determine. He's sitting on there. I wonder if we're going to see a last-minute switcheroo just to sort of troll us a bit. But no, that is going to be a full-on lock-in. So we have our top laners and our junglers. It looks like they are literally going down the ascending order for this champion selection phase.
Yeah, picking for your teammates is indeed overrated. Blocking different champions and pop off. Although, I've got to say, I do not really like the Zac pick, as he is the champion's being particularly affected by the Grievous Wounds, as a lot of Zac's tankiness comes from the healing he gets from using his abilities, but he's not really able to abuse any of the powerful healing items that the preseason's brought. So he's really only being negatively affected by this preseason. And because of it, Zac is a lot harder to pop off with as he was earlier on. But we'll see how well Jetman does manage to perform on the Zac.
Oh, both ADCs getting picked up as the final champions before hitting the second round of bans. That's what I'm very curious about with this new preseason. It completely revamps League of Legends. There are different item combinations you can work with, but what I'm really happy about is that they're set. Like, for instance, with Kane, if you see him go with Dark Harvest, then you know he's going to be going with, like, the Duskblade of Drakvar. But if he's going with Conqueror, he's going to be switching up and going down a different pathway, and it's interesting, but at the same time, nicely predictable. So it's easier for those who don't exactly have a strong grasp be able to at least go down a single pathway. As Alistar is the first champion to be banned away by Galaxy Bear.
Yeah, banning away a few engaged supports. Very interesting. Very interesting.
You can tell what they're focusing right now, Stab. Like, they really don't want these supports to really light up, especially with such tanky supports sitting on that ban bench.
Yes. Cassiopeia ban to finish off the bans for Kraken and Cold One. And we're gonna wait to see what Hotstar Goldfall decides it's gonna be the last ban for his team.
Very curious about the Cassiopeia ban, though. I have not seen Cassiopeia played very strongly over the preseason, but it has still somehow earned merit that, oh man, my brain, Kraken Cold One has decided to put her on the ban bench. And same with the Nivea. Actually, no, I do understand a little bit of Nivea better.
I was about to call you out on that. Nivea is very strong right now. And looks like we might be seeing a Syndra pickup. Syndra is a very decent champion at the moment.
It gets much worse when, because of how cheap Terra the Goddess is to get now, you would imagine you will see champions like that picked up a little bit more often, especially ones that rely heavily on using their abilities. Now we can see Karu being picked up, possibly picked up for Galaxy Bear or Trash Can. That is yet to be seen, as we have one more champion to be picked up. Meanwhile, on the other side of the spectrum, Mcom looking to pick their last two champions and seal away their roster for this.
Alright, Thresh is always a very solid champion. Does a lot for his team and helps save his ADC when they go out of position, as ADC players usually do.
I'm a little bit worried about Mcom's with their roster. It's actually looking nicely solid. Like, early game could be okay, but I'm feeling the mid game is definitely where we're going to see them come to light a little bit better. As we see Syndra picked up as the mid laner for Beats. Now all that's left is to see what is going to be picked up and to understand where that Karma is going to sit in their roster.
Yeah, just going to wait to see what this last pick is, whether it's going to be a nice little mid lane mage, or whether it's going to be another support.
Well, we are able to see one side already. We're about to find out the other. What are your thoughts with these rosters at this point, Stab?
I think that the Kraken Cold One will need to get the Tristana quite ahead to be able to deal with the tanky members on the side of Mcom. If they struggle to give their ADC a lead, it's going to be like Aatrox, Zac, Fizz, and Karma. Like, those champions aren't that good at destroying these tanks, these tanky boys like Ornn, like Red Cane, like Thresh. So if Tristana does manage to get pushed behind and pushed out of the game, I think it's going to be a big struggle for the Kraken and Cold One to actually be able to win any of these fights later on.
That makes sense. And it is really hard to determine. Like, pre-level 6, I feel Syndra could have a little bit of a hard time. And, like, looking at this mid lane, Fizz versus Syndra, Fizz is going to be able to do well to actually deny Beats the ability to be able to burst him once he gets that pole vault up. It's just annoying how he just jumps up in the air and defies the laws of gravity and reality, and just those balls completely disappear. He takes literally no damage whatsoever.
Yeah,
but this Kane is definitely someone to look out for. He's one of the very few champions that throughout the game, that's the only way you'll determine what type of player is behind this Kane. Is he going to be going Shadow, or is he going to be going Red? It's really determined once you get into the game and as the game plays out, instead of just automatically being predetermined like every other champion on this roster.
Yeah, that is one of my favorite things about Kane. It's also why I like Shaker. The ability to switch up after you've already locked in your champion. Like, you lock in and you're like thinking, I'm gonna go Red Cane this game, and then suddenly they pick like three more squishies, and like, okay, Red Cane's probably not the best pick. I can just go Blue Cane now, though, and just one-shot all the entire enemy team. And that versatility makes him very comfortable as a solo queue pick because you can be flexible and do what you need to be for your team.
Well, there we have it. But now, talking for this game, let's make a prediction. What do you expect to see within the first 15 minutes of this game coming up?
First 15 minutes, I expect to see a lot of deaths in the bot lane. However, I don't know which side that's going to be at the moment. I expect one bot lane is going to run it down, though.
Oh, that would be funny. That'd be funny to watch. It gives like something for the viewers to, have a bit of a chuckle at, create a little bit of a oceanic meme of sorts. And as you can see on screen, everybody in the chat, we have a prediction. Who do you think is going to win Game 1 between Mcom and Kraken, a cold one? As my name is Technical. I'm joined by Stavable. I almost screwed up my lines, and we'll see you in the game momentarily.
I had a feeling that you'd be with me when I took the fall. But I won't stop fighting. We'll take it higher till we hit the stars. We'll take it to the galaxy. We ain't never coming down. Take another look at me. Yeah. We're in the starlight now. We're in the starlight now. We're in the starlight now. told me I would have to wait. After all these conversations would result in nothing. Wish my friends and I could celebrate, but these plans keep falling through because there's always something. Say that you want me when I'm in the room. Then when I ask you, tell me it's too soon. Guess all your words were too good to be true.
Here we are, everybody. The first official match of 2021, brought to you by Bronze Standard 5 on the live stream. My name is Jet, as your play-by-play, and we've got Stabbable. I'll just call him Stab throughout the entire segment. Easier to roll off the tongue. As we can see, a very passive startup from both sides, actually. It's going to be a bit of a quiet start, I think.
Yeah, kind of disappointed. I expected the first game to be a bit of a chaos heap, but I guess the teams decide it's probably better to just play it slow, play it chill, and just go for the optimal strategy to win.
Honestly, I want all games to be like that. Just be absolutely chaotic from the beginning, instead of just passive farming throughout the first 20 minutes where there's like minimal deaths and anything of the sort.
Yeah, we'd be watching pro play if we wanted to see high quality gameplay. We're here for the interesting plays. And yeah, like you said, it's probably going to start off quite slowly. It's going to see how many hooks the Thresh manages to miss or hit.
If only we could have like a count. You know, every time Thresh lands a hook, like the number goes up or something like that. As we do see the first hook going on top of Karma. Gonna try and do something in response. The first scrim hits. Misfortune gets a nice double tap, but it looks like that's all we're gonna see for the moment in time.
Yeah, a nice little chunk of damage. Another one of those hooks hit. We may see first blood happening very soon. I'm
already liking how aggressive like both sides are. Like you see the first hook coming out from Yuna, and then they just completely respond. Like I love the synergy coming out from this bottom lane, coming out from Kraken and Cold One, and top side. Oh, he was already stuck underneath his turret. Like this Ornn is gonna have a tough time.
Yeah, and then Ornn gets 800 gold, builds Bramble Vest, and Aatrox cries until he's like 3 items.
The overpowering moment when a champion comes online in their specific situations. It's just profound. It's just like, how did this happen?
Yeah, it's like I just won the 1v1 against her like a minute ago. How did this happen? She bought items? I don't understand.
I don't. It's a little bit of a slow start. I feel like it's more like we're just sort of sitting here having a coffee, discussing strategy at this point. But you can definitely tell how these lanes are setting up now. Like, you know, Drew has control at this point. Like, Hardstuck, look at him go. He takes a whampa damage and still manages to turn it around on top of Hirogi's face.
Yeah, the Aatrox is trying to be a little aggressive boy. And that is what makes Aatrox so fun, just constantly going for those critical Qs. Very satisfying champion to play.
Oh, Hardstock, don't go in too far. You're about to meet a fateful first kill. I was actually expecting him to sort of like, you know, make the wrong move when he charged in just then.
Yeah, you always got to press your buttons towards the enemy player. So, best strategy to win, even when it isn't. But yeah,
look at the position of these junglers. Just like Zack's in the top river taking down his first scutter, whereas Kane, on the other hand, has taken his first scutter and is already beginning to make his first recall.
Yep. Zack is looking for a cheeky little invade. May look to tower dive, may not. Probably shouldn't.
They've already caught him out. Look at the pings on the minimap. They already know where Zack is. Now it's a matter of seeing how they're going to respond to this.
Yeah. Ornn realizes that he may be in trouble, so he's being very careful underneath his tower. Just hugging it as tightly as possible and waiting for his jungle to come as quick as possible to protect him.
He's sitting in that bush going for the recall. Kane's nearby. I think we might see him going right after him. Gets on top with the Q, continues up, gets a nice combo. There goes the slingshot, and Jetman gets out pretty slick.
Yeah, the Zack Kane matchup goes a lot more Kane favored once he gets the knock-up and just doesn't allow Zack to ever jump away from him.
Oh, just as bad as Trash Can going on beats like that. This is what really makes a mage champion really immobile against such like a mobility-based like assassin like this Fizz, as we do hit a pause apparently.
You love to see that. But yeah, the matchup between Cinder and Fizz is, particularly once they both start getting some items, is really going to be reliant on how Fizz uses his E. Because if the Syndra is able to bait out his E and then just smash him up, like the Fizz will be able to be punished if he uses the E too often and too greedily for farm.
The only thing I've just realized when looking at like the difference between these two mid laners is all in the like, just looking at the scoreboard, the CS difference is already beginning to show. And like we did see a bit of an aggressive gameplay or aggressive attempt to try and go on top of beats like that just for on screen. But it looks like it's sort of coming at a little bit of a cost.
Yeah, you do see a lot of mid lane assassin players lacking on their farming ability, and if they are not able to get tons of solo kills, they will just fall off.
There's the hook. No, not going to be able to do anything more than that. I actually thought it was going to be a little bit more action. Oh, I might be speaking too soon. Jetman sitting just inside the river. Sorry, just inside his jungle looking for that slingshot. Not going to find it. You got to give thanks to Leona for being able to, like, take care of the ward like that, and just the positioning they are at that point. Normally you would see people going a little bit more aggressive. I love how he's just dashing out every time he gets caught in those chains by Aatrox.
Yeah. So respecting that is the only way he's allowed to use his dash.
Oh, there's the slingshot, goes in for the first hit, Kane nearby in response, tries to do something else, gets hit by the soul link, but not going to be able to get the complete connection. The bomb at a minimal range, and that is going to be an easy skirmish. And it looks like it worked a little bit more in favor for Mcom, just because of how much they were able to sort of keep themselves alive a bit longer. And look at top lane as well. The status between these two is just really hit and miss. Like, Ornn is sitting at half the CS compared to Hiroge.
Oh, yeah, but that's a solid 10 minions there. If he can actually hit the last hits, he'll start getting back. And we hit another pause. And yeah.
A little bit of a mishap, but I think that's expected. I mean, we're 2 days away from hitting the new season and the patch that picks, that fix up all the bugs that are still current. We're just hoping that, nothing major goes wrong throughout the rest of this game.
Yeah. We may see the end of the 30-minute pause timer sometime this game. Hopefully not. But at this rate, we might see it.
It would be really annoying, honestly, if they do. Like, that is a lot of pause time. And, oh my god, Beats gets taken down for the first blood as Trashcan picks it up and is able to actually sort of keep himself alive for a little bit longer. Now we can see in top lane, a nice little trade-off between both players there, but Ornn is still sitting underneath his turret a little bit too uncomfortably.
Yeah. And even with that kill, that first blood that Fizz just got for himself, he only is at a like 150, 260 gold lead because the Syndra is just that much higher than him in CS.
Oh no, look at that. Both top and bottom are now skirmishing against each other. Will Galaxy get taken down? Yes, the flash. The heal was a little too late. And there's going to be a kill to Misfortune. Now Kane catching out Jetman. They're really shadowing each other. They're not even trying. Trash can nearby, looking to try and get him a health pole while it's over the wall. Goes right on top of Asteroid, gets another basic attack, but won't be able to get close enough for an easy kill. And Stuck nearby, you know there's not going to be a kill anytime soon. I mean, Fizz's ulti is on cooldown. No, they might be going for it. You've got Beats nearby. He's going to try and do something. Oh, misses the stun. Gets a knock up in their trash can. A little too deep. Meets a turret here. Gets taken down. And all the while, look at this sec. That is 2 kills for 1. Aatrox, will you get out alive is the better question. There goes the Dark Sphere. Not going to be able to try and get the stun. There it is. Comes back online. There we go. And that's another kill. And a nice little hammer stuck for the hard stuck.
Yeah, that was a bit of an interesting dive. They lost a lot of players for that and only got 1 kill in return.
My question is, who actually did come out the bigger victor? 2 kills did go over to go over to Mcom, and Kraken did suffer a bit of a loss there. But who was the actual victor at the end of it is my question.
I do want to say Mcom there. I feel like Mcom was the victor in that scenario, as they're getting their tanks nice and tanky. The On is now 3-0, and despite being at such a huge CS disparity, he is equal in gold with his laner. He's got himself a Thornmail, a Balmy Cinder, so he can be starting to look to fight and win the fight against this Aatrox.
Getting those 2 kills on top, no, getting all 3 kills, I think it was just then, really helped him catch up. He may be behind in CS, but the itemization he's going for as well, I will agree, it is really going to work in his favor. And I think this is where we're going to see Hardstuck come on a line a little bit sooner, and Heroic is going to be sort of forced to sit back a little bit more passively, wouldn't you say?
Yeah. The Heroic is definitely going to struggle a little bit more in fighting this On.
Yep, goes in for the charge. Oh, he misses the ulti. Both in ulti form, having a nice little strut between each other. Hiroki at critical point. On going back in. Misses the pillar for the knock-up, and that might be fatal as Hiroki gets a dash. And just like that, the item helps secure the kill. Now looking at bottom lane, no one is going to be going for the Dragon. We did see a lot of presence around the area, but nothing major of the sort.
Yeah, so that was very interesting from the On. Misses his ultimate, and I think that was 2 pillar knockups he missed. And
at the
yeah,
very least, because I did see him go through and not get inside knockup range. And then the second one, the pillar came up just a little bit too late. Now Hirogi's stuck on the turret. He's going to be boxed in. Goes right on top of Kane. Kane gets the ulti in, and then it's going to be an easy kill. Meanwhile, bottom lane, a nice hook, bullet time combo. Oh my gosh, she just jumped in the middle of that ulti, and is they going to get it? Right nearby, pops the heal, and the last basic attack. That's going to be a nice double kill over to I don't know how to say that name. Sephadromes?
say the champion. He won't mind.
I feel like that'd be a lot easier to roll off the tongue and for the viewers to understand. But yeah, that Misfortune is going to get online pretty nice and slick. Yeah. And it looks like going for the Kraken Slayer this game too.
Yep. And Fizz is hunting for them.
He has his ulti, pops it out. Leona does soak up the ulti. Now we can see Misfortune nearby. Syndra as well. It's 1v3. Can they do something? No, he doesn't. The flash followed by the ultimate is not going to be enough as well. We can see Hiroki going 2v1. He's a little bit out of bounds. There's Jetman coming in with the slingshot, but will it be enough to take him down? That's one kill in return. They've managed to turn this on their face. Hiroki gets on top. A flash from Hardstuck. Will he get away? Yes, he will.
Yeah. So, remember how a little while ago we asked for them to make it a bit more of an interesting game for us?
I think they're watching the stream.
Yeah, so do I. They're definitely following our request.
Oh, you can see that. They pop Herald, Hardstuck nearby, pulls the horn, looking to get it, gets the first knock up this time, gets the kill. Is that going to be enough? Jetman takes another turret hit. He is so close, pops the slingshot, turret goes down. They've managed to do quite well, but they did sacrifice at least one champion in this trade. Now Hardstuck going a little bit aggressive on top. He's looking for the kill. I just hope he doesn't find himself a little bit too late. There's the slingshot wind up, gets over Unleashed Tara, and that is what you call an easy getaway.
Yep. And not even close, baby.
I don't know how to... I feel like you just maybe cringed a little bit when you said it like that.
That is my talent.
Here we go. Now the fights are really coming alive. Galaxy Bear claims the kill with the help of Tristana. Bullet time comes out, gets slowed around, stops himself prematurely. Trash Gang gets the kill, looking to get away. Will he beat Onto? The Dark Sphere's on short cooldown. Not going to be enough, and now they're contesting the Dragon. And as I spoke, Astro manages to claim it. He's in red form, pops the ulti. He's going to avoid the soul link, but is it going to be enough? Because he just gets pulled back into the entire enemy team. Joseph's chain gets first hit, ulti nearby from Trash Can, and the overall victor's going to be Nemp.
Yeah, he really could have exited that ult a little bit earlier than he did.
I thought so as well, because you don't exactly like... The amount of damage, you do doesn't really depend on how long you've been sitting in there. It's just more or less how you want to play about when to exit.
Yeah, and you probably want to exit before the Karma walks you into your entire team rather than after.
Exactly.
But what do I know? I'm just a caster, not a player.
Yep, there's the death sentence. Sephirin coming for another kill. 4? kills and 1 assist. And look at that. She has gone, not for the Kraken Slayer, but has decided to opt for Gale Force. Interesting turn. I've actually noticed quite a bit recently, Stab, that Gale Force is a very interesting, like a very commonly picked up item now. Hardstock going right on top, gets a bellow breath, but will it be enough? Here's one best sec. The flash misses altogether. And it looks like both sides have had to sort of back up a little bit prematurely. And Jetman coming bottom lane to help save his bottom lane from losing that turret. I gotta say, I'm liking the synergy coming out from Kraken and Cold One, but how much longer will it work is my question, Stab.
Yeah. But even though they are at a bit of a kill disadvantage, they do have a gold advantage of 900 gold. And they have some...
I guess it does make a bit of a difference. The only question is, like, when you talk about that 900 gold, where is it split?
Yeah.
Is it only in Aatrox, or is it everywhere else? Because so far, I'm seeing, like, a luck in 3 places, and then, like, a major distance in the other 2. That's sort of, like, you know, gets me. It was like, is this a 900 gold difference, like, major, or is it minor, really?
Yeah. Most of this advantage is on the Aatrox, who, as nice of a champion Aatrox can be, I don't think he will be able to actually carry these fights as hard as if it was on the Tristana, for example.
Exactly. What's really got me curious, though? Well, this has got me curious. I shouldn't really be doing this normally, but both sides, or both ADCs have gone for Gale Force at the moment. And they're both still keeping, like, I've got to give huge credit to Neb for being able to keep up in farm, even though she hasn't exactly been in lane as present as Miss Fortune has.
Yeah. The Neb is doing a very good job of keeping his farm up and trying to not fall out behind the game, even though he is a lot of the kills behind his opponent. He's still in this game, farming up and trying to remain a threat, as he is going to be cool.
There goes the charms. Doesn't follow up, though, as Beats manages to get underneath turret safely. Very curious, and you can already see bottom lane from Kraken already beginning to roam around the map a little bit. Dragon is not available. You've got Kane in the bottom half, Zac in the top half, and it looks like just roaming around came at a massive sacrifice. Like, just Kraken lost their bottom turret altogether now.
Yeah. The Kraken bot lane is getting destroyed quite hard, and this is going back to what I said about if they put this Tristana behind and Tristana falls behind, they're going to really struggle to kill the tanky characters of, like, the Ornn and the Kane. So they really need to try and
see that.
Yeah,
like, I'm beginning to see that prediction come to fruition, and it's almost expected now. Like, this like, you know, we're hitting the midpoint of the game, or the mid game. Like, what do you like? This is my question to you. What do you expect might be occurring, you know, within the next probably 10 or so minutes?
I expect the lead that buddy Mcom has to become a bit bigger. Like, they're gonna really start struggling to kill this Kane, kill this Aatrox, as they start getting this Ornn, I mean, as they start getting more items.
It's amazing how much Hardstock has been able to actually keep himself at the midpoint of that lane, even though he doesn't have his top turret. Normally, you'd want to sort of sit back closer towards your tier 2. Oh, here we go. I'm seeing some pings on the mini-map, looking like they might want to try and do something against this Herald buff. I do see Hardstock running towards. He has Explosive Seed nearby. Might be looking to jump over. They don't have direct vision, but he goes right on top. Gets the knock up on top of Zac. Will it be enough? As we see bullet time coming in. Jetman forced to split cell division. Aatrox won't be able to do much. Where did that healing come from? He goes right on top. He's still able to stay alive, but it's not enough. There's going to be 2 kills over to Mcom. Just, if we can see a replay, just Aatrox's health bar goes from 10% to 90%. How overpowered is that item?
Yeah. I believe that's what they call rank 2 Aatrox ultimate with Gore Drinker. Just wait until it's a rank 3 and he also has Spirit Massage.
Here we go, Galaxy Bear goes a little too deep, gets out, flash, followed by the bullet, sorry for the double tap. Now we can see Drome's going on, he manages to actually get a full explosive burp. Oh my god, my brain just cannot keep up the names of these abilities, but look at Astro going in Trash Can. He doesn't have that pole vault available, he doesn't have Zony's Hourglass, he manages to actually get it online and use it straight away. Is he going to stay alive a little bit longer, though? That's the question. Zach's nearby to help him, and it looks to be the case. Meats, however, going to be caught out. Let's Bounce goes on. Another pole vault followed by another sting, and Jetman claims the kill. However, Death Sentence goes to the top of Trash Can, claims a little bit too much. A flash. Oh my god, Trash Can narrowly avoided it. Another Death Sentence onto Zach now. Is that going to be enough? Cell Divide is on cooldown. He's able to keep himself in with those little cells, giving him some healing. But now comes Astro, gets the first kill on top. Now Aatrox joins the fray. Death Sentence comes in on top. They're going straight back, 1 and 4. It is a 1v3. Goldringer goes off, gets another healing round. Flash, followed by a basic attack. Whoa! There goes the first kill of the trade. Now looking to keep this up. This is the longest team fight I've seen so far. And look at Hiruka, he is still at near full health. This is what makes Aatrox the most annoying champion to face, and look at that. Gets in a critical zone, gets 2 kills. Now Namp comes in with the Rocket Chum and gets a kill on his own, and it looks like, with the Herald popping, that Kraken and Core One have managed to really get themselves back on their feet in this one, Stab.
Yeah, they definitely have. Aatrox has been a nice little tanky frontline boy, and Tristan has managed to find a way to weasel herself some kills and some extra gold. And now that huge gap that there was in the bot lane is now much shorter, at an only 600 gold lead by the side of the Mcom ADC, Sepha Hard Drones.
Oh, this is just... The tide has turned quite heavily. The control of the map is so much more in favor for Kraken that you know they're going to be able to do whatever they want for the next, foreseeable couple of minutes. As we definitely see with that animation going off, it is going to be an Infernal-based soul, everybody. Now it's a matter of, seeing who gets it first.
Yeah, that's a good soul to start the night with. When we see the Infernal Soul, we're going to see a lot of hopping happening, particularly if it is going to be the side of bloody Kraken. A Fizz with the Infernal Soul is a very scary boy. You can just press R and walk away.
I feel like, I'm not even going to say it, but look, Astro's going in, gets the basic attack, gets the Q, go and follows up with everything else, pops the ulti to avoid as much damage as possible. Dad just get underneath turret. Oh, Aatrox trying to do what he can to keep him alive. Meanwhile, top lane, Heartstart going right on top of Namp. Namp, rocket jumps out of the way. Call the Forge God, comes in. He gets 1 knock-up. He is really focusing this Tristan as a popper heal, trying to CC and cut as much as possible. Bellowing Breath, not going to be able to do anything, and it looks like that's going to be a kill with that bomb going off, and the last basic attack for a nice shutdown. This Tristana has just made at a surprising comeback, everybody.
Yeah.
I don't think it... Oh my god, the Gale Force followed by a basic attack. Now Tristana pops the barrage and manages to stop it. But will it be enough? No, because this bottom lane duo is absolutely formidable and Trash Can contest it. He does so much damage on top, pops the shields, but it's not going to be enough. That's going to be a kill over. Now turning around again. Trash Can really trying to keep himself on toe with this Leona. Gets another pole vault, and that is going to be a nice splash kill for a double kill over to this Fizz.
Yeah, Fizz has been doing a very good job of keeping this MF down or out of the fights and allowing the Tristana to be the damage the team needs without the MF damage overwhelming her. And as it's been happening now, the Tristana is a big threat. MF's still very huge and is still at a pretty big gold advantage. In fact, she got shutdowns from that. She is at a K advantage again.
Who do you think, the MVPs are for both teams at this point? Who's going to be the one that both teams will want to, sort of focus to keep alive for the longest time being?
The MVPs for both sides are, well...
I may be using the wrong words, but, who do you think is,
the most
important
valuable player to keep in the fight, the carry, yeah.
Yeah, who's going to be able to turn the tides of a team fight? Kind of like what we're seeing from Aatrox at the moment.
Yeah, I'd definitely say... Well, Aatrox is going to be pretty self-sufficient, so it's if you mean who they need to focus on keeping alive, it'd be the ADCs most likely, but I do think that Aatrox is going to be one of the bigger carries in these fights. If he's able to stay alive, constantly get some nice gore drinker procs, and just be in the fight as long as possible, dealing as much damage as possible, I think he might be able to help continue to carry his team, get his team a larger lead on his back as they start getting their own advantage to carry the game with.
I'm looking at these ADCs. Both of them have a Gale Force, but Misfortunes decided to go for Collector. and Tristana has gone for the Storm Razor. I wonder which combo is going to work out better. Like, I know they both have very strong points, but how well will it work when it comes to, a fighting situation? Misfortune nearby pops the Make It Rain, trying to take down that ward before the control ward gets killed. Meanwhile, Trash Can pops another over top of the Dragon Pit. You could tell they are fighting for vision control over this next Dragon buff.
Yeah, this dragon that spawns in a minute, and they are there and thirsting. They are ready for this dragon.
You know what? I don't blame them the slightest. A ward lasts for at least 90 seconds. So, popping it around the 1 minute mark, they're going to at least have an extra 30 seconds to be able to decide how are we going to win control for this dragon buff.
Yep. And we're seeing in chat that Leon is starting to put out some of his upgrades, which is going to be a nice little advantage for the side of Mcom that Kraken do not have access to.
I'm feeling a little bit for Mcom at this point. They've got a few kills on top of. They've got one dragon each. The turrets, however, is a little bit more favored for Mcom, but they're not keeping as much strength behind it as they can. Like, we did see Heartstuck keep well in top lane, that using that Herald in top earlier, taking down that first turret for the team, I felt like it made no difference because nothing else came from it. Aatrox couldn't push. He didn't go to another lane. It felt like a stalemate. But I'm really curious how Kraken are going to be able to sort of try and hold their own in this one. How are they going to be able to sort of tell us what they're going to do next?
Yeah, we might see the next thing happening going to be a big fight here. They do look like they really want.
They're not going to fight for it, but Jetman goes in at the worst moment. Doesn't get the dragon. Now they're looking for a fight to break out. It is split amongst two portions. The first one to go down. Misfortune's over in the middle of nowhere. Look at Fizz. He flushes over the wall. He's trying to high target that Misfortune. Gets the kill. Now it's come down to a 4v3 is going to work for Kraken as they do keep themselves alive. Aatrox goes down finally. Heartstock is still alive. Same with Kane. The Ignite going top. Jetman pops to a cell division. Oh, he's on the wrong side of everything, but Heartstock going top of Galaxy Bear gets another kill. And now it's down to the top lane versus Jungler. Both tankiness, both going hardcore, but look at Heartstock keep him alive. It almost worked overall, but it looks like the Sunfire pretty much came out the ultimate victor here.
Yeah, Sunfire Wind Cape is still a decent enough item. And this Zac is doing a lot more work in this game than I thought he was going to be able to do going into it.
Exactly. See, a fight like that really helps put in perspective where the teams are sitting at this current point in time. Aatrox did well to sort of be the nice backline engage, where he came around from the side and flanked them. And they responded just as well in kind. That Ornn was amazing. The only thing he needs to do is keep that Misfortune alive for longer and prevent Fizz from being able to flash or pop over a wall. Because you saw what happened. Misfortune flashed over the wall. Fizz was focusing her that entire time. He ignored literally everybody.
Yeah, and trading the mid lane assassin for the enemy's ADC is generally going to be a pretty good trade in these later fights. It's better to not always trade 1-for-1, but I would always take that trade if I have the chance.
I just love the focus from that. I just love the focus. It's replaying over in my head at how well Trash Can is focusing who they think is going to be the biggest contender. And he's right. Misfortune is the biggest contender, especially with that completed collector, because once they get the 5%, it's an execute. And it's not going to work well if someone gets executed on your own team.
Very true, very true. And the Baron's been spawned for a little while now, and it does look like the Kraken guys are setting up some vision and clearing vision around it. They may be looking to threaten the Baron or simply just go for a Baron.
We did see this earlier. We did see one team actually completely have vision control, but they didn't follow up. And now they're backdooring it. They have no idea that Kraken are inside that Baron pit. They'll probably, I don't know what, they'll probably just sort of jump back in their chairs when they see the Baron has just been collected. Whoops.
Yeah, I definitely are going to be pretty surprised. It does look like they are noticing something may be going on. I think they're way too late to do anything to stop it, and it's a very free Baron for the side.
I'm worried about Trash Can. Look how deep he is. Look where everybody from Mcom is. He throws out the ulti. There's this on his hourglass. Hard stuck nearby. Pops call the forge guy, gets the slow. He misses the hit back. Oh, that is going to be a costly move, and Trashcan's going to get away with that.
Yeah. Hardstuck has been doing a lot of good work on the on, but he's also been doing a lot of those.
I think he needs an energy drink. He needs to bring his senses online a little bit sooner, because just like that ulti right there is just an example of like thinking there might be some slight jet lag going on with him.
Yeah. And there's definitely been a lot of moments where he missed out on getting a kill because he messes up his abilities.
Absolutely. I just love this. Astro and Hiroge just sort of trying to trade abilities, see who gets hit first, to see how they follow up.
Yeah.
He misses one. Everybody from Mcom coming down to meet Hiroge. Is it going to work well for them is the question. No. And what's worse, they just made themselves all known on the map for Kraken to be able to sort of like work on this information and decide what they want to do next to sort of turn this in their favor.
Yeah. There's no objectives fight for the moment, so the really only thing they're going to be getting is Fizz starting to push out the side lane a bit. But Fizz is rotating to the fight, so not going to much happen from it.
Look at the difference between both of them. Here comes Astro coming in to turn this into 2v1. Pops the ulti, gets some movement speed, not going to be able to do anything else. And just like that, he is kiting our Mcom gravity so well that the rest of the team are able to actually push without a problem, especially with this Baron buff in their pocket.
Yeah.
Oh, there's the collector going off on that bullet time right there. Now we can see as Zach trying to do something. There's the Dark Sphere, looking to turn it around. Two on his hourglass. Another call the Forge God comes in. There's the ulti, gets right on top of Hurricane, keeps him away from the fight. Mcom able to try and do something here, going on top of Zach. They're trying to meet other backlines as well. Aatrox gets a kill on top of Galaxy Bear. Misfortune gets taken down by Jetman. Now they're trying to connect up the fights, keep him in one. Jetman is at a critical point. He gets taken down. That split, that cell division is on cooldown. That's not going to work well for him. And overall, it looks like Kraken did win the overall trade, and they're going to continue pushing straight through to this inhibitor.
Yeah. I would like Fizz to just run up to the top tower. There's a wave nearby and just try and start getting this top one. But it looks like they are just going to be going for the inhibitor and looking to back off. Maybe? Aatrox realizes the place to go for it.
Fizz is doing that, but look at Hiroga. He's keeping himself in the game for as long as possible before going back to base.
Yeah.
Now that is maximizing your window of opportunity right there, Stab.
Yeah, I definitely feel like one of them could have just gone to the top tower and they would have gotten two inhibs instead of just the one there. But they both get out safely and they get two towers and an inhib, so it is probably the safer play to just go for that.
Yeah, looking on that minimap, Tristan is also taking down the second Infernal Dragon, uncontested altogether. They've got such control in, inside Mcom's red jungle. Just look at that. 2 control wards followed by a regular ward in all the major areas needed. Now that is efficient vision control right there.
Yep. And MS picked up her own little grievous wounds to try and put down this Aatrox.
Yep, goes in, gets the untouched power, and that's going to be a nice kill, giving Syndra the ability to sort of do something here. It's a little bit mismatched that she isn't incredibly fed compared to a Fizz.
Yeah, definitely. And everyone's just standing around in the river fighting over the dragon that's already dead, apparently.
I think it's more or less just vision control they're looking for. It misses the death sentence, gets pulled back into the chain. Not going to follow up with anything else. A smart move by Mcom. And Kraken biding their time to decide what they want to do next. No major objective is available. You've got one inhibitor down. The top inhibitor is exposed. But both sides are sort of playing the stalemate game now.
Yeah. Neither team wants to overcommit to something, because as deep we are into the game, a lost team fight will result in a lot of your base being destroyed.
Absolutely.
If you're on the side of Mcom, a lost team fight may just be the end of the game.
Oh, absolutely. And you're looking at the fact that Mcom's missing one inhibitor, and they've got one exposed. If they get aced, like, do you think they're pretty much going to lose the game altogether?
I think there's a fair chance that depending on how quick the team fight happens, they might just lose altogether if they get aced.
It's looking very grim for Mcom at this point. If we had like a win percentage for prediction, it's like 80% Kraken and like 20% Mcom. But look at that, Beats going on top, 1v1 against Jetman. Not going to do well. That Sunfire is really helping with the passive damage. Gets the first kill. Tristana looking to get away. Galaxy Bear also critical health. Will this turn it around? Look at that Fizz. Aatrox manages, sorry, not Aatrox. Kane does do something, keeps himself a little bit longer. Jetman at a critical point, but still able to keep himself alive. This is just defying all odds right now.
Yeah, they've got a lot of very slippery members that are very hard to kill. And they take a nice little 1-for-0 trade. They kill Mcom Beans, and they don't get punished for it. And I think the next fight is going to be happening over this Baron that's spawning very shortly. It's going to be up in 2 seconds.
I'm curious, like, this is what's a little bit mismatched. Aatrox has his teleport on cooldown. His team's already up there, you know, possibly trying to fight for control over just the general terrain. They do initiate that fight. There's the bullet time. Oh, the death sentence secures the collector on top of that, on top of the ulti. Now continues on top. Gale Force doesn't take down Galaxy Bear. Does actually do that by going back in a little bit too soon. There's the Cell Division. Meanwhile, just up in the river, you can see Beats going right on top of Trash Can. Trash Can wins the first trade. Astray takes the second trade. And now it's just a matter of how are they going to work around this. Like, there is a huge mismatch. It is a 3v2 moment. Luna does catch on top with that death sentence. Will it be enough? There's the Sun's Hourglass. Heroic, you should not be in there. Gets the pole over. Now it is down to a 2v2. Call the Force God pops. Will he get the hit? Yes, he does. He gets the knockup. Astro goes in. There's the first kill. 2v1. Will Aatrox be able to do this? Gets the chains. Follows by everything in tow. Keeps the fight alive. Gets a critical points on his Q. And gets away nicely just over the terrain. I gotta say, that is quite a matchup right there.
Yeah, that was a very wild fight. And as that happened, the Winions are trying to destroy the base as best they can. It does look like the tower may survive on just that sliver of health.
Yeah. And what, to make matters worse, look at the dragon. Look at the dragon's armor. It is just under 1 minute to respawn. You've got Tristana and Karma alive and making their way down there, looking to secure control over the area. Meanwhile, the rest of Mcom Alpha are just sort of trying to reset the lanes and give themselves a little bit more breathing room.
Yeah, the Mcom are really just trying to hold their bleeding in, but if they do manage to do that, they do have a chance of getting back into this game. They're, like, you've seen in these team fights how much damage their players have been able to put off and how hard this game can be to kill. It would be wrong to count them out of the game at the moment. But they are definitely on the losing side for the time being.
Interesting, they're already fighting for... They're trying to secretly take this Baron buff. I gotta say, it's a smart move. They have no vision over there at this point. The rest of Mcom, however, are over in the Dragon Pit trying to fight for this Dragon buff. This is definitely a wild card-based moment right here. As they go in, red team steal the Dragon. Very interesting. Call of Force card comes out. There's the bullet time in tow. There's the first collector point. Looking to get the second. But at the same time, look what happened. Baron buff gets taken down by both Jetman and Nev in the shadows. And I gotta say, was that worth the trade-off though, Stab?
Oh, that's hard. They trade 2 kills for the Dragon, but they also get the Baron while that was happening. So I do want to say that is worth. If the Baron didn't happen and it was just trading those 2 kills for the Dragon, I don't think that's worth at all. But the fact that they snuck an objective and also managed to steal the objective the entire team was fighting for, I do want to say it's worth. Particularly since with the Baron buff, I don't think the Mcom are going to be able to actually do anything to try and punish them for losing those players.
And it looks like we've hit ourselves another pause. I gotta say, there is one thing that is just too nostalgic that I will never miss when it gets fully fixed, are the amount of bugs that occur in Oceania.
Oh yeah.
Let's look at the recap. Like, we have a snapshot at what the current state of this game is, Stab, and I want to talk about it. I want to quickly discuss it while we have these few moments to be able to breathe.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, let's start off with the fact that it's 3 dragons to 2, and just in that last fight, they traded off Baron for 2 kills right there. Like, they did manage to get Baron, they did manage to get Dragon. They lost at least 3 members in that trade-off as well. That only Tristana and Zac did claim and still have those Baron buffs right at this point. So my question is,
Karma
was it
was
actually
still
worth it?
alive, was she not? Pretty sure Karma was still alive. I think Karma is chilling with her Baron buff as well.
I would like to know, but I would like to actually take a look and see. Oh yeah, you're right. I can see just on the edge of my screen, she still has that Baron buff on her. Okay, so I lied. That is 3 members with a Baron buff, 2 members that went on cooldown, and it's a nice reset on both sides. And what's even better is that Mcom have their inhibitor respawn, so they're able to actually prevent a backdoor a little bit more likely.
Yeah. And we're seeing players starting to reach very scary points. The players are nearing full build. The Tristana has sitting on a crit cloak, which is waiting to build into her last final item.
You know what? 95% crit chance. You would be really worried about what she might build, but I'm hoping that is going to be a Giant Slayer. Like, that Ornn is lethal.
Ah, yes, Giant Slayer. That is. You mean the Lord Dominic's? That's the item, right? The 15% damage.
Is it Lord Dominic's Regards?
I'm pretty sure
Yes, you're right. It is Lord Dominic's Regards, because she's already got Grievous Wounds, which is Mortal Reminder.
Yes.
But, extra damage based on how much,
More
extra
health they have.
percentage-wise, as well as the armor penetration. It just
Yes.
works well hand in hand.
Extremely solid item to try and fight back against those tanks.
It would make sense.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not seeing any other forms. I'm not seeing major forms of Grievous Wounds coming out from. Actually, no, I take that back. Looking at the itemizations, Syndra with that second to last item already getting that Oblivion Orb, followed by Misfortune with the completed Mortal Reminder herself, and Thresh with the Bramble Vest.
Everyone
They
on Mcom
are
has
finally able to try and limit the
Grievous Wounds. Their entire team has Grievous Wounds. They're really trying to deal with this Aatrox the best they can.
Oh, right, yeah, I looked at Kane and I just saw the Executioner's calling as well. But very good point out.
Yeah. Also, look at the Aatrox's build. Gore Drinker, Black Cleaver, Ravenous Hydra, Death Dance, and is building himself a Spirit's Visage.
Oh, they managed to avoid Chum the Waters. That's going to be 1 ulti on cooldown for at least another 40 seconds. Can they make use of it, though? Can they make use of the fact it's on cooldown? Aatrox goes in, Galaxy Bear flashes away, Trash Can. He's right behind him, gets stunned by the combo. Looking to come in, gets hit by that Unleashed Power. Now look at that, that goes into the fray. He is taking a lot of health bars out of the fray at this point. Bullet time coming in, gets stopped by another slingshot. That is a 2-for-1 trade. Misfortune gets taken down. Syndra still alive. Galaxy Bear gets deleted. Tristana as well with the help of that Collector's Pop. And Hirogate, the only member alive, does what it can, but it looks like the Grievous Wounds is finally paying off for Mcom.
Yep. And that's a nice little ace. They should be able to take some nice towers from that. However, I don't think they are going to be able to... it is going to be close.
It's going to be close. If they're going to try and push for the end, it is going to be a very close match right here.
Yes. Fizz is alive in 25 seconds, though. And his Tristana is not that far behind him, with an extra 5 seconds on her respawn timer.
They're going straight in. That's the second lane turret. First inhibitor turret goes for the single inhibitor. They might be going for the cheese here, everybody. Looking to go in, taking double turret damage. There's the shield. Gets right in first, next turret, second turret. It's exposed. They're not going to respawn in time, and that is going to be game 1. Bronze Standard 5, Iron to Gold in favor of Mcom Gravity.
And what a way to end. A very chaotic team fight. Into an ace to destroying the entire enemy base from Tier 2 Tower.
It's astonishing. And look at the gold accumulation between both sides, Stab.
The gold leads are very interesting, spread across the team. There was a 3k gold lead. The MF had 3k over a lane opponent. However, the Aatrox in response had 3k over his lane opponent. Aatrox did the best he could. Himself nicely was the front line, the tank for his team. But there's only so much he could do in that game.
And with that, everybody, that is the first game of tonight's stream put away in the back of the drawing board, or back of the drawer. We're going to go to a quick little intermission break while we prepare for the second game coming at you live here at Bronze Standard 5. As my name is Jactical, I am joined by Stabable, and this game is brought to you by True Haven Esports and Aussie Broadband.
Down, 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 down. They can try, but we gonna win the crown. You can go another round, 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 round. Wish you luck, but you're not bringing us down. We go high, we get it, we go high. We're so in it, we pop stars. Oh, we're winning now. Ain't nobody bringing us down, 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 down.
Yeah, I'm lost and numb, cold to the touch. I pretend like I don't remember your name. Every masterpiece turns to blasphemy. When I close my eyes, yeah, I still see your face. We were the thunder and the lightning, burning fire started from a spark. I would spin you just to watch you twirl. It was us against the world. You were the rain falling on my skin. Yeah, I was dying when you pulled me in. I was your rebel and you were my girl. It was us against the world. It was us against the world. It was us against the world. I was your rebel and you were my girl. It was us against the world. We were the thunder and the lightning, burning fire started from the spark. I would spin you just to watch you twirl. It was us against the world. You were the rain falling on my skin. Yeah, I was dying when you pulled me in. I was your rebel and you were my girl. It was us against the world. It was us against the world. It was us against the world. Yeah, I'm pale gray, all dust and fade. When I call for you, all I hear back is pain. Every song must stand, even diamonds fade. When the darkness comes, I count up my mistakes. We were the thunder and the lightning, burning fire started from the spark. I would spin you just to watch you twirl. It was us against the world. You were the rain falling on my skin. Yeah, I was dying when you pulled me in. I was your rebel and you were my girl. It was us against the world. Can you feel me? I'm so scared if I show my feelings for you. Need to know what you're feeling. Know what you're feeling. I'm so scared if I show my feelings for you. Can you feel me?
Welcome back, everybody, to round 2 of the Iron to Gold 2021 January #1. Brought to you here by Bronze Standard 5. My name is Jadical. I'm joined by Stabbable, and we can already see 2 bans already taken away.
Yeah, pretty solid bands. The Kane jungle and Lucian most likely for the mid lane. As Lucian mid is still an extremely popular pick. And seeing another mid lane ban in the center.
I think lovers did their homework. They watched the stream and took a very good understanding of how, Gravity play their champions, played well, what they did well last game, and try and make a counterplay this time. Meanwhile, we're seeing a different style of Gravity coming out in game number 2 with these 2 bandits.
Yeah. Looks like they must also do their research. I feel like those are pretty specific bans. And we're seeing the Ornn.
They're all target bans at this point. I mean, Kane taken away from Astro, beats Mrs. Syndra, and Heartstock can no longer play his unstoppable Forge God that is known as Ornn. As we're now about to hit our first champion selection, with Turtle picking up the Malphite by the looks of things as it get locked in.
Yeah. Malphite has been performing quite well recent with the preseason. He's going to be a very tanky boy, and it's a bit of a pain to kill.
Honestly, he is like the #1 fear for all ADCs at the moment because of that unstoppable force. Like, there's nothing you can do against it. You can get Shield Bro to sort of help yourself when you're low, but it's not going to be enough, honestly.
Yeah, just use the flash. Like, it's not like he gets his ultimate 6 times or more to every one time you get flash.
Exactly. Fine. And now we can see Rise being picked up. Graves might be played by Astro this game around. It was banned last time. Now it's being picked up this game. And I was curious to see how this is going to play out, how it's going to fan out as Dadrian looking to hover over that Master Yi as he locks in and Miss still deciding what to do.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting seeing as to what build the Graves decides to go. As there is a fair few popular paths. There is the full lethality. There is the bloody shield bow and bloodthirster build, where you just become an absolute tanky menace. Then there's the more regular crit build, where you go Gale Force. There's a lot of build paths that Graves can go. It's going to be interesting to see which one he decides is going to be the best for this game.
Absolutely, and what type of gameplay style Astro is also going to go for as well, because we can say our thing, but in there they can't hear us. They're pretty much going to do what they think is natural. As Misfortune gets picked up for Cephadrome once again.
Yeah, we saw how well the Cephadrome performed on the MF in that previous game. I'm going to see whether she can pull that off again, or whether that is going to be a fluke. Well, I hope it's to see it perform quite well. As
4 seconds. 4 seconds to that ban. Are they going to go for it? They're going to leave it. That's going to be a Tristana ban away this time.
Yeah.
Very interesting so far. What type of bans would you want to see coming out from, game number 2? That is, considered overpowered in the current meta.
Hmm. The main things I think about opening about is like Kha'Zix and Jhin, and there's already seeing the jungler and ADC being picked for the Mcom side. Maybe a Jhin ban for. No, they decided to ban the Leona instead. Leona is a very decent champion, and is a pretty solid ban.
Feel like it's only going to get worse now. Like they've Thresh has taken away Leona, Tristana now sitting on the ban bench this time. So Misfortune is going to have a little bit more comfortability coming into game number 2. But with that last ban still being decided, Turtle discussing with his team what should be the optimum pick, and they take away Aatrox. At least that's one less annoying champion to deal with in game number 2.
Yep.
Now look at this. Look at this. Cassiopeia being hovered, that is going to be locked in. So we definitely have our mid and top laners confirmed. Cassiopeia versus Ari. We got Graves versus Master Yi and Malphite versus Ryze. Now that is going to be one tough cookie to watch.
Yeah, like I was just about to say that I don't particularly like the Aatrox ban, since Mcom was most likely going to pick like a AP mid laner and send the Ryze top, as you don't want to pick too many AD threats into a Malphite, because Malphite will just laugh at you and build full armor and just be absolutely unkillable. So they most likely had to send Ryze top and pick an AP mid, which is what they've done.
I like how they've gone about this. Like Malphite cannot counter them almost very easily.
Yeah.
And same with Master Yi. He can, like, they can't slow him. They can completely snare him though, which is what I'm really loving coming out from this team. The only thing I'm fearing is how this Graves is going to play, because Graves historically can do well into Master Yi if he plays his cards correctly.
Yeah. It's just gonna be interesting seeing how he decides to go around that, whether he wants to try and bruiser it up and go for a very tanky boy and just out heal the damage that the Yi puts out onto him, or if he just tries to go full lethality and just one shot him before Yi can get into range to press Q. And for the final pick, we are going to see Luna on that Alistar.
Looking at these rosters fully set up and ready to go for game number 2. We have started predictions in the chat, or it looks like it may have been paused for a moment. But you know what, everybody? We have our prediction set for game number 2. Mcom Gravity, the winners and stream champions currently, versing off against Lovers in game number 2. And looking at these rosters, they are looking pretty feisty. First time seeing Samira, though, since she was released in the tournament settings tab. What are your thoughts on that?
I think Samira is still a pretty obnoxious champion design kit. I think she is a lot more balanced at the moment, as she not only gets a free CC extender on every single CC ability, and she also gets a lot less healing from her ultimate and abilities, as they did nerf that. So she is a lot more capable to be dealt with. So I don't think she is the overpowered menace she was in release. I think MF is probably a much stronger champion than Samira is at the moment. Yeah,
there you have it. The early game, I'm expecting to see a little bit more of a stronger competition coming out from Lovers, just because of like that bottom lane duo right there. Malphite will have trouble in top lane because it's a Ryze, and Ari versus Cassiopeia. Now that is going to be a match more based on skill and how well they can dodge each other's abilities. Master Yi versus Graves. However they make themselves present in the early game phase will make a big difference. Graves historically will have that slight advantage just because it's a champion. But overall, the mid game, I'd say, is when we're really going to see both teams fly and sort of reveal their true colors, just how well they can play this game out. Do you have anything else you'd like to add?
Yeah, just on that, I definitely think it's going to be how well they can get to the mid game, as the side of Mcom has a much stronger early game. They have that Grave, they have a lot of like early game damage, and if the Graves is able to get off tons of ganks, he's going to be able to make these huge leads for his team. However, if he isn't able to get much stuff early, they're looking against a Malphite, a Yi, and like Samira. They have a very strong scaling team comp. So if Lovers aren't put into the ground, I think Mcom does have to worry about just getting outscaled in this game. Even though they do have a Ryze Cassio, like it's still going to be a big threat to happen in this game. So they do have to worry about how quickly they get into these late game winning fights.
Exactly. Like those late game moments really do matter because like the later the game goes, the higher level you are, the longer your cooldown is on respawn, and that could really make the big difference between one team fight and completely destroying the enemy. As we saw last game, they went from tier 2 turret all the way through to the Nexus and claimed an easy victory just as the enemy respawned. My name is Shaktical. I am joined by Stable, as you can see on the desk on your screen. We're going to go to mission break. We will see you soon.
So scared and daunted, such a tale of woe. Not too long ago, this village was a golden scene of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace, restore our Gloria to live forever. Bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer. Yeah. Now listen, fellow warriors, I ask you, should my campaign come to an end? There's way more to avenge. 15 million souls living in this realm without much hope. Not too long ago, this kingdom was a golden state of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace, restore our Gloria to live forever. Bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer.
Here we are, everybody. Game 2 coming out you live. My name is Japtical. I'm joined by Stabbable. We have Mcom Gravity sitting on the red side for game number 2, and sitting on the blue side, their contenders Lovers, as we have a line of scrimmage coming out from Gravity at this point.
Yeah. Not to point out, the Yi is decided to be a brave little boy and has put Ignite on instead of Flash.
You know what? Makes a bit of sense. I mean, he has a lot of movement speed when he uses Highlander, and it just sort of amps up his damage a little bit better, especially going up against the likes of a Graves.
Yeah. And there isn't that many abilities which he really wants to be flashing out of, whether he can't really just Q. So, it is a very decent pick. And
Yeah.
we'll see whether he does get punished for not having Flash, or whether he is going to be able to use this Ignite to gather himself a lead he otherwise wouldn't have been able to get.
What do you think the fact that both jungles are starting in the bottom side of the map? What are your thoughts on that?
Gonna be a fight for that top scuttle, most likely, as he's probably gonna feel alright trying to fight this.
Oh, he's going to
Unless
make
he is
himself
just
known
gonna-
immediately. Going to run up towards mid lane. I like what I'm seeing, but Beats, he's tunnel visioned a little too hard. He's popped the first Serpent Sting. Taking a go for Sex, pops the flash, gets ignited on top, and that is going to be first blood before 3 minutes even happens. What? This just can't be right. This can't be right, Stab.
Yeah, I gotta say, that's not something that you like seeing if you're on the side of Mcom, of Yi getting a kill 2 minutes into the game.
You
That
can
is
already tell the tone of this game is going to be set a little bit differently. Lovers looking to try and counterplay. And what's worse, they had vision in both pixel bushes, so it's like, what was Beats really doing?
Yeah, Beat was just absolutely tunnel visioning there to get some damage off onto the Ari. and just gets punished hard for it.
Meanwhile, Graves still keeping up a little bit. He's sitting equal on farm. Just under 25 seconds before that little scudder is going to spawn, and Marcy has already claimed control over the terrain. He's now heading toward topside, just looking at that minimap. Might be looking to do something against Rise since he's pushed out past the safety point.
Yeah, he definitely is going to be looking for that Rise. It doesn't look like anything is going to be happening there. Oh, Rise steps forward.
Seismic Shah, there he is coming in, gets that double basic attack, looking to get on top. The Alpha Strike followed by a nice another kill, and that's going to be 2 kills over to Master Yi. So far it's 2-0. Astro really needs to do something soon to help his team catch up a bit, because mid and top lane already beginning to fall a little bit too high.
And Astro gets himself his red buff. Let's go.
I think it was a worthy trade-off. You know,
Yeah,
2 kills for a red buff. It's always a nice little, you know, I guess spice on the recipe.
Yep. And he's sitting pretty on about 1.9k gold. 3 minutes into the game, 4 minutes into the game. He's going to be able to back very soon with a nice heavy back.
We might see a slight contest over in that River. Master Yi is about to come up. He knows the Scudder just got taken. He knows Graves is nearby. A little bit too deep. He does catch him off guard there. Top lane. Copping a few trades here and there with the Seismic Shard, followed by the Overload. Oh, Miss looking to get some easy shots with that. I can't even remember what it was it Spirit Orb? What was it? I can't remember Ari's ability name now. It just drew a blank in my head. Meanwhile, Hardstock able to actually try and push this lane well in his favor, even though he did die pretty early. And he still has his teleport up, that I must add. Yeah.
He just waddled his little way to the lane and continues farming up, trying to bully the Malphite as much as possible, as all the armor the Malphite gets doesn't do much when Rise just spams spells at him.
Oh no, Ari gets caught out as the Una comes in from behind, blinds up the stack, gets the stun, followed by a slow taunt, gets a non-top with an ignite just inside a turret range, and misclaims another kill on top of Beats. Beats is not having a good start to game number 2 stab. I must repeat, not doing very well.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure Beats' phase rush was the thing that killed him there. I think if phase rush wasn't proc, the slow from Charm wouldn't have mean he didn't go into tower. And yeah, very nice flash by MF to get out of that a little hook.
Dadrin gonna catch him off guard. Surprise from in the bush. Gets the ignite, followed by the Alpha Strike. Gets the kill. Now gets knocked up. Trying to wind up that stun. Would he be able to do something? Gets stunned. Leonin looking to try and flash over the terrain. Gets nearby. Will she make it? She's just running flashes over. Gets in perfect position to be able to actually even pop them back with the explosive seed. I gotta say, that is a very interesting play, and well done to Leona.
Yeah, and this year is definitely looking like they're going to be taking over the game. They are 3-0 at 6 minutes in on Yi.
Absolutely outrageous stab. Absolutely outrageous. And he's already going for the first dragon of the game. Yep. And look at that. The rest of his team are responding in kind to make sure he gets it uncontested.
And Yi is nearly at 1,000 gold advantage over his opponent. 6 minutes in.
Oh, and what's even worse, Graves has got futures market, so it's like he can go deeper in depth, you know, with the shop and be able to buy more. But it looks like he's not using well to his advantage, and he's gone with that quicksort. He's gone with the quiver, so we know he's definitely going to be going for something like the Gale Force this game, as you mentioned in champion selection.
Yep.
Oh god, Turtleneck and Hardstock really
high intensity gameplay in this top lane.
I like how they're testing the waters. Like, they're really just trading off against each other within a safe distance.
Yeah. They're acting like they have any real kill pressure on each other without their jungler's help.
Yeah, but look at the minimap. You've got Graves right by the bush. He does get picked up by the control board. Gets on top. What was Turtle doing? He pops his unstoppable force. Does get stunned. No, so does get snared, but is not going to be able to actually do anything else. He does get away cleanly, but it looks like it may come at a cost, and he may have to use the teleport to get back to lane. if he decides to do so. So far, it looks like he's just going to keep himself alive by chewing up some of their corrupting parts for the, the extra added healing.
Yep. And Malphite's just back in lane, chilling out, and Rise is basically on the same health of him because he took 2 Qs.
It's a little sad to see that you had to use up your corrupting parts just to heal yourself up, to keep yourself alive in lane. And as well, he used his ulti as an escape rather than engage, so it's like, he sort of set himself back a little bit more at this point, whereas Rise, he's gone back to base, he's got the Lost Chapter. Moon sitting in the bush, looking to try and get the hook, misses all together, and it looks like that's going to be a cause for Beast to get away quite cleanly.
Yep. Moon's like, hey, I saw Alistair try this. I want to pop in mid, see what's up. I missed my hook.
Here we go.
Cool.
X-Flash coming out. Yeah, he does get the knock up, looking to try and knock him back somewhere. There's the smoke bomb. Not going to hook up to the terrain, and it's going to be an easy kill to Astro if he decides to claim it. Gets in. There's the second base tag. A nice little display of Conquer right there, and you can really show that really shows how in control they were in that last fight.
Yeah, missing that hook, the dredge line on the wall there is very tragic.
Oh, flash followed by flash. Will Turtle get away? No, he hits the first overload charge. Using that seismic shard to get away. Oh, here we go. Time warp gets under the turret. Oh, not enough. The perfect jailbait to an easy kill, and that's going to give Hardstuck a nice lead.
Yeah, very nicely played by Hardstuck, but it looks like
here we go. More action again down bottom lane. Pops the exhaust on top of Dadri, and that's going to be 40% damage reduction, but will it be enough? Sephiroth, no, he gets taken down for the first kill. Leona at a critical point. There's the burst, does pop the meditate. Loses half damage, whatever he receives. That's a double kill. Looking for the triple. Gets a triple and gets taken down by the turret. Meanwhile, Turtleneck gets on top, and that is going to be a nice unstoppable clap for days right on top of Hardstuck. A nice revenge shot. And what's worse? He used his teleport. So he's got a couple of seconds to be able to get free lane farm before we see Hardstuck possibly use his teleport to get back to lane.
Yeah. And this Yi has gotten himself his Dustblade of Drakthar already.
A very interesting name, isn't it? Drakthar. It's kind of like Dracula. Sort of gives it like a Transylvania theme.
It's a very interesting name. It's probably some lore connotations. But for monkeys like me, I just prefer to call it Dustblade most of the time.
I have seen people do Duskblade Master Yi, but I've never fully understood it. And like seeing this game played out with him taking it up, I feel like it's going to give me a little bit more perspective as to how it works and under what conditions, picking such an item would be most efficient. Kind of like with Graves, you have choices with some items that you can be flexible with. Same with Miss Fortune, how she's gone for Gale Force as well in game number 2. Yeah.
Like with the Dustblade, you do lose a bit of the damage if you went like a crit item such as like Kraken Slayer and such. But the advantage you gain from being able to Q in fights, get like even just an assist, go invisible, and just be able to get your Q back up without being able to be targeted, just makes Yi nearly impossible to deal with in fights. If he gets the first Q off, he can just win team fights like solo. If he does get this lead, a Dustblade Yi is super hard to shut down, particularly since the Dustblade does give, ability haste. So
I believe it also gives him a nice, passive reset, so it's like he can slow someone twice. But here we go. The Stone Gauge misses all together. Comes in with the Highlander. Does not exactly make distance, but Moon does manage to help out and gets that easy kill. So a 1-for-1 trade. But in whose favor, I feel like it is more for Miss, because she's actually got free lane farm in Astro World, making use of this freedom that he has to be able to sort of try and catch up to that Master Yi.
Yeah. Graves did manage to pick himself up a 300 gold shutdown though, which is going to be kind of nice to try and get back into this game. However, he's still going to be quite far behind his enemy, the Yi, the Daydream.
Meanwhile, top lane, just look at them. They're both having a game of chess against each other. They are testing each other's waters quite heavily. Turtleneck suffering a little bit too much. Just looking at his health bar. And he's going to have to go back to base. He doesn't have his teleport available. He almost has to give up that lane altogether because Hardstuck can just take that turret without a hassle now. This is what makes Rise a little bit too overpowered at times, I swear.
Yes, Rise can be a very scary boy. And when you're a tank that specializes in armor, dealing with Rise can be kind of annoying.
I
As you
know,
want to
right?
be getting yourself a nice chunk of armor, because that's what you scale with. But Rise is going to say, nah, man, you got to build something more, or I'm just going to shred you.
Exactly, and because he does like a lot of damage and his abilities have such a short cooldown when he uses them in perfect conjunction with that overload, it's just there's nothing you can really do against it. You just need your jungles help as much as possible. Here we go, charge followed by a knock up. There's the bullet time. They're gonna be able to do something here. Flashes over the wall to the enemy's territory. There's a dash over through. Astro gets one basic attack in, looking to try and get that second. Oh, the flash! That's gonna be a nice kill over. Meanwhile, Beats suffering a little too much. Miss actually backs off, feels the threat. And all the while, it looks like Dadrian decided to just take the River Scudder and said, you know, let's settle for what we can get instead of what we want to get. There we go. Highlander pops the slow. Oh, manages to stop him altogether. Doesn't get the Alpha Strike on top, and then it's going to be a clean getaway for Astro. Meanwhile, John 2 times 2 looking to try and save that turret for a little bit longer. Dadrian, they might be trying to go for that first turret on their team. Oh, the charm followed by ignite and a couple of basic attacks ain't going to be enough, but it's still going to do a lot of damage at this point, Stab.
Yeah, the Raid's definitely got very chunked there, and he does have to worry. Ooh.
If he got hit by that turret hit one more time before Graves' ulti explosive goes off, I feel like that would have been a nice kill for him.
Yeah, or even if the turret hit happened after. Would have been a nice little kill, but he perfectly calculated it, knew he wasn't going to get hit by the tower, and walks out safely.
Yeah, at a point like this, I feel like lane phase is coming close to a conclusion. We're going to enter the mid game and looking at the jungle efforts. Both of them have a turret each. However, it looks like they're both keeping toe and toe as well. Dadrian already has his first item. He's able to do some damage. He's able to try and catch up and keep things in his favor as long as he's able to get the Alpha Strike and stay on top of somebody. Unlike what we saw before when Graves managed to dash over the terrain. Very curious how this mid game is going to play out because I feel like it's all going to come down to the top laners and how they're going to be able to do well when it comes to a team-based situation step.
Yeah, so I think it's also going to be important on how Mcom manages to deal with this Yi, as the Yi is a very scary boy. He's going to be putting out a lot of damage in these fights, but he is also going to be quite squishy as he is building a lot of lethality for himself and doesn't have much tanky stats to help him tank and take abuse in these fights, as he does want to be jumping into the enemy team. So, if he gets shut down out of these fights quickly, the lead that he's gotten himself isn't gonna matter.
No, absolutely. And looking at the state of how the mid laners are working with their junglers, you can see some strong communications coming out on both sides. But I feel like Ari is doing a little bit better. Oh no, actually, look at the I have to put this on a pause. Look at that minimap. You've got Malphite and Yi sitting on top of that red buff. Graves has decided to give it up altogether. You know he hasn't got control over that region. He's lost it, and he's going to try and look for another place to go around.
Yeah, Graves is desperately looking for somewhere to get some gold for himself, as he knows he's not getting it in his topside jungle. And while the map is getting destroyed on all sides, except top laners are chilling out.
Oh, can you really blame them? I mean, they're both at a perfect stalemate at the moment. You've got Malphite with his completed item. Rise as well. There's the knock up onto the top of Miss. Managed to get the first ultimate dash, get away from the smoke bomb. Will it be enough to get him away altogether? Yes, it will. Astro not going to be able to try and claim that second kill, but a good attempt at least with the help of Leona to sort of initiate that fight.
Yeah. And also a very solid charm attempt by the Ari. Fortunately, it was sent in the opposite direction and didn't hit any enemy members, but she does get out safely with her ultimate, by using her ultimate. And the Mountain Drake is spawning in a few seconds.
Yep, 2 seconds away. Master Yi already sitting by the bush looking to try and possibly catch them out, or he might be calculating. He might be doing maths in his head. If I go for this, what could I do? A lot of pings occurring around the map. Graves secretly taking down that Herald underneath the shadows of the map. And look at the rest of the team. Everybody from Lovers is on top of that dragon looking to take it. And just like that, top lane goes over in favor for Hardstock. And I feel like he might actually start opening up some fights for his team now.
Yeah. Although it looks like both top laners might be starting to join these team fights and looking to help out where they can. You can see if Malphite can cast some huge unstoppable forces and tear apart hole through the team of Mcom.
Gets the ulti, gets the charm, manages to not face the Stoneful Gaze. That's going to be 2 kills over, actually. The Lovers, and it looks like they might be looking for a second turret on top of John ×2, looking to try and get in, gets the first ulti, gets right on top. Leona pops the ultimate, stops some damage. There's the Unstoppable, looking to keep it going, followed by a combo from Samira. Another kill, 3 members taken down. All the while, look at Misfortune, just passively taking away their bottom turret.
MF is just, casually split pushing. Like, it's like, that sucks, my teammates all dying, but I'll probably be safe taking these towers and get some objectives for her team.
MF doing MF things.
Yep.
It's very interesting how different the team synergy is at this point in the game between both sides. Like, Lovers, they were together when they took down Dragon, and they were together when they took down Middle Team Turret Part 2. Whereas, I don't even know what exactly was going on with Mcom Gravity. It's like what happened in first game was literally just a fluke at this point.
Yeah, it is kind of looking kind of bad for them. However, they're not completely out of the game, but they do really need to be focusing on how they can take out Lee out of these fights, as he's now picked himself up a collector.
You know bad things are going to happen now.
Yes.
If only he had more attack speed. Like, if I see a Phantom Dancer coming out from that dude, I'm gonna be pissed.
You don't know.
Because that's way too much attack speed. Plus, he gains Ghost, where he allows to actually run through minions and everything of the sort. That Hex Flash is so lethal on an Alistair, I swear, Stab.
Yeah. I like the Helicopter's build of Phase Rush with it as well. Like, just like Hex Flash in, and then you can just stick on people with Phase Rush, make sure you get all of your CC off. Very nice. And there's a lot of things about the Baron as Mcom realizes there is a real threat of Lovers just rushing the Baron here, as they do have a very fed Yi.
Yes, 7 kills, 3 assists, 110 CS. He is a little bit lacking in the CS department, but he's pretty much making up for everywhere else at this point. Ooh, very interesting trade-offs for these Scudders. Like, it's amazing how much they're even focusing on Scudders at this point as well, Stab. They're really trying to make maximum use of team synergy on anything that they could possibly lay their hands onto.
Yeah, they are doing a very good job of keeping their team together. They don't want to let any of their players get picked off and lose objectives for a stupid reason. Ooh, looks like Mcom are going to be trying to rush a Baron here, but they do have... Lovers do have the Malphite there to try and delay. He has his ultimate up. I don't think he is going to go in on him.
No, interesting that they've decided to go straight for it. They claim the Baron in their favor. Now it's a matter of what they can do next. Using the Unstoppable Force to get away, a smart move by Turtlenecking. Now I want to see what Lovers are going to do in response to this.
Yeah. I'm surprised the call was made for Malphite to not suicide there. I feel like it would be a very risky play, because Malphite going in there is just suicide, but it may have been a worth play for them, for Yi to just be able to join and try and fight for Baron. But it's obvious that Lovers have decided that to not go for the risky play, just let them get the Baron, keep their players alive, and just try and win the strength they've gotten over the enemy team. And talking about how he talked about Graves' build earlier, and it does look like that Graves is indeed going with the Bloodthirster. He has picked himself it up, and he now has a Mortal Shield Bow and Bloodthirster, making him a very tanky boy with a lot of lifesteal.
I'm getting a little bit worried as to how much, why he's building so much lifesteal. Like, it makes sense because he's got like one form of shield that's an emergency, and then one that's in general, but he's only got 2 bullets in his chamber every single time he uses it. It's not Omnivamp, it's just raw lifesteal.
Yeah. It is a very popular build. I've seen it picked quite a lot.
I've never seen it, but what I've also haven't seen so far this game is just Mcom Gravity coming together as a team. They've got the Baron buff available. Lanes are sort of at a stalemate. They're fighting for this second Mountain Dragon. Now it's a matter of seeing what they're going to do in response. Like, so far, it looks like they just gave up Dragon, and they're going to focus on lane objectives at this point.
Yeah, I'm surprised they were willing to give it up that freely when they have a Malphite with ultimate.
It's getting a little bit questionable what we're going to see coming up from here, because it looks like the team synergy is sort of shifting in favor for Mcom Gravity, just because of what we've seen just recently. They've taken down Baron, they took down Dragon. They're not exactly taking down lanes. There's probably one thing they should be focusing on with these Baron buffs. That, I don't know, I feel a little bit stumped. I feel like I'm a little bit stagnant at this point, Stab.
Yeah, it definitely seems like Mcom is playing a lot better as a team now, and Lovers are playing a lot more like laid back and not really fighting for things they could be, and they're just letting Mcom do stuff on the map.
What are we going to see next? They're really trying to take down this first turret in mid lane, the most crucial lane throughout the entire map. And it was like watching two people go the tango from a distance. Social distancing, that's it.
Yep, they gotta practice the social distancing, and the game's slowing down just a little bit. The Rise has got his Seraph Staff and Ludens. He's gonna be doing a lot of damage. He's a very scary boy. And I'm seeing some people waiting for items and not really going for anything that aggressively.
Oh,
The does that though.
Absolute deletion, but will he be able to get away is the better question. Oh no, he will. He takes down the turret quite easily. And meanwhile, look at the top lane. They're really making plays, trying to push it as much as they can. Hardstuck does get on top. There we go. Astro going right on top of John. A flash to get away, and it looks like he gets away with the skin on his teeth.
Yeah.
Both sides trading off against each other quite evenly. It's just, I think we're getting to the point where it's like the game's going to slow down. Both sides are sort of going to build up a little bit more and try and get a little bit more powerful, just based on the fact that they all need at least one more item each.
Yeah. Definitely seeing it slow down a lot. People are just waiting for their item spikes. And I feel like the Lovers are perfectly fine with that happening, as, you know, let Yi get more items. I'm not going to argue with that.
Neither could I at this point.
Yeah. However, the Yi is definitely lacking on attack speed. He's built himself a Berserker Greaves, but other than that, he's only built himself damage and doesn't have any attack speed to match for it. Which
Interesting. Graves is looking towards Samira's flash. Might be looking for an opportunity. It did get used a moment ago, so it could be an indicator. It's just like, okay, she used it at this time, which means we have this much time to be able to sort of try and work around it. I like that. They're beginning to look at some of the macro pieces of this game. When flashes are on cooldown, when ignites are off cooldown, and when a teleport is off cooldown as well. Like, these summoner spells can make a big difference.
Yeah, they do seem to be doing a pretty good job of understanding when these summoners are up and down and when they can try to abuse
here we
those.
go. Highlander pops, goes right on top of Rise, looking to do something. Hardstuck. Oh, flash followed by the snare. And look at that, the overload explodes him. I've never seen that so far. That is just amazing gameplay coming from Hardstuck.
Yeah, that was a really nicely timed flash by Hardstuck. He had to hold it for the moment that Yi disappears, like gets out of his body from Alpha.
Oh, there's charge followed by the ulti. Another ulti in tow. 2 ultis for one person. Meanwhile, on bottom lane, Graves really doing well to try and make use of the shield bow. Does take up quite a bit of damage. He's trying to keep himself alive, but no, he's just going to get clapped by Turtlenecking at this point.
Yeah, just was saying, it's a really nice flash by Hardstuck. He had to wait until Yi exited with Alpha Strike, but also had to flash as soon as that happened. Because if he got autoed once more there, he was just going to be dead. And Hardstuck perfectly times the flash, perfectly times a route to shut down that Yi and get away safely. Very nicely played by the Rise.
Rise is resetting top lane quite easily, or quite evenly, looking to try and give them a little bit more map presence. And just on this mini-map, you've got Misfortune, Alistair, sort of towards the top half of the jungle, Cassiopeia sitting in the middle, You've got Dragon spawning in just under 20 seconds. And it's a matter of seeing what I might see Lovers do this time. Because last time, they gave up Dragon altogether. And they didn't have Baron buff either. Now this time, it's beginning to sort of feel a little bit the same. Like they're all going to group together towards Dragon. But are they going to do something this time? Or are they sort of going to spectate and watch everything play out?
Yeah, kind of seems like Lovers are just giving away another Dragon.
You can really tell that their focus is sort of elsewhere. Because you know when the Dragon's close to respawning. Because your minimap just has like a yellow timer sort of just appearing out of nowhere over top of the Dragon pit. And so far that is 3 Dragons to 2. If they get one more Dragon, then it's going to be a nice shield each member from Mcom Gravity are going to have to sort of soak up when they go into a team fight.
Yeah. And you say it's obvious that the Lovers' focus is elsewhere, but I honestly just don't know what their focus is on. They aren't doing anything on the map, and they're just letting Mcom get away with taking these objectives for free. And they're not doing anything to punish it.
Not yet. And see, look at this. They're not even looking to try and go for the Baron. They've got no major vision there. They do have a control ward, but the rest of the team, I don't think they have the strongest idea that they're actually all nearby. Like, look at that. 4 together and 1 on his own. The rest of the team, however, are completely disconnected from one another. If one gets caught out, it's pretty much over for Lovers. Like, they're going to be pretty much set back for the next couple of minutes with the Baron buff, pretty much just sitting in their pocket.
Yeah, it genuinely seems like the Lovers are a different team than the ones that were playing the first few minutes of this game. Like, they're just giving away so much stuff they shouldn't be doing. And they're just not playing it anywhere near as well as they were playing these early fights.
Graves a little bit too far away from his team. If he decides to fight, it's going to be grievous. There we go. Here's the Highlander, gets the Alpha Strike, looking to go right on top. There's a 1-for-1. So much healing coming out from Astro. It actually worked. A flash followed by an ulti and ignite from this. But was it worth it though? Look at that. The rest of the team disconnected. And you've got 4 members sitting on top of that Baron buff at this point. Hardstuck looking to deny Ari the ability to do anything. She doesn't have her ulti. They're missing Master Yi. Now Fight might look to do something, but they just let it go again. They're letting things go for too long. There's the Stone Gaze, a double knockup. Samira coming in, trying to do all she can. Gets the ulti, a bullet time. That's 3-2 left alive. Will they be able to do something? Oh, the Spirit Orb misses. Bukamurian hits terrain, but doesn't exactly amount to anything else. And it looks like that still works in favor for Mcom Gravity, because they've got that Baron buff and they've got 2 crucial members still alive at this stage.
Yeah, and I think the Mcom players are going to be fine of just pushing out the sidelines a little bit, but they're not going to really try to overextend. The next Dragon spawns in 2 minutes, and that's going to be solid. They pick it up.
Oh, I'm beginning to smell food, and it's just like my taste buds beginning to go nuts, just like this game is beginning to pick up, mate.
Yeah. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe he is building himself a Navori Quickblades.
Who are we talking about again?
The Yi. That is a pickaxe, a Coalfield's Warhammer, and a Crit Cloak.
It would make sense. I mean, he is predominantly basic attack, so, you know, critical hits on his basic attacks will reduce the remaining cooldowns of his non-ultimate based abilities, and if he has his Alpha Strike up more often, he's going to be able to do a lot more damage. I can tell you that right now.
Yeah. And as we say that, he completes the item, and it is indeed a Navori Quickblades.
Yeah, but look at the rest of the team. Mcom Gravity really making plays. They get the tier 2 mid turret, looking to try and push it a little bit further. That cannon minion with the Baron buff. All Rise, the flash. Look at the damage! Absolute deletion right there. Gets over top. Oh, the Unstoppable Force does not help them. Rise goes down. Master Yi has that Highlander. Goes on top of Graves. Is he going to do something? No, gets knocked back. And that's going to be a kill over to Misfortune. Bullet time. Another kill in tow as well with the help of the Collector. That's going to be a inhibitor turret. Looking for that mid inhibitor. Might be looking to go all the way with at least 30-second cooldowns on 3 members. This could be the makings of a second game move for Mcom Gravity, and might speak too soon, but it's looking to be pretty much it, as there's the knockback. Pops the ulti, gets the first stun, keeping both the tanks at bay as the rest of the team go for that Nexus, and that is going to be it! Mcom Gravity claim game number 2 of tonight's Iron to Gold Saga.
I'm still astounded that Mcom was able to get back into this game. The Yi got such a big lead early on, and Lovers were just playing so much better. They were playing properly. They're playing as a team. They're punishing mistakes, and then they just seem to stop. And
I feel sorry for Beats. Beats got carried way too much in that last game. Just look at that score.
Hey, he did damage, and that's all that's important. He may have done the least damage. Like, he may have done pretty low damage, but he did damage, and that's all that's important. But yeah.
I feel like I gotta hand it to Mcom Gravity for being able to pick out people where possible.
Yeah, they definitely started playing really well when going into the middle and late game. They started playing as a team. They just started moving as a pack, going for these objectives, taking these objectives, and getting out, getting away safely. And they just managed to claw back a lead that they really shouldn't have been able to get. But yeah, extremely well played by Mcom. And that's going to be another win for them.
Yep, congratulations to the second victory tonight on stream, Mcom Gravity. Mcom Gravity. My name is Jake Cool. I am joined by Stavable. We're going to go to a quick little intermission break while we prepare for the semi-finals, brought to you here by Bronze Standard 5, proudly also brought to you by Aussie Broadband.
There's a tragedy in every ember. The cause when there's no love lost between us. So burn the letters. There's a tragedy in every ember. In every ember. In every I'm running away from the past I left behind. I'm looking for answers, but I'm blinded by the light. I'm lost in the music, can I stay here for the night? I promise I'll be gone in the morning, out of sight and out of mind. You know when you keep running, but your legs are standing still. It's like you're stuck in a nightmare, but you keep doing it for the thrill. Well, this is reality, you only live it once, so wake up from your dream. But just for tonight, let the lines get blurred, let your thoughts be free, let your thoughts be free. Out of backstabbed me, deceived me. Never shall I tolerate their crimes again. Now let the hunt begin. 7,000 souls scared and daunted, such a tale of woe. Not too long ago, this village was a golden scene of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace, restore our Gloria to live forever. Bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer. Yeah. Now listen, fellow warriors, I ask you, should my campaign come to an end, there's way more to avenge. 15 million souls living in this realm without much hope. Not too long ago, this kingdom was a golden state of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace, restore our Gloria to live forever. Bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace, restore our Gloria to live forever. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace, restore our Gloria to live forever. Bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer. The night beckons while you dream. A life never lives in peace. upon the edge, woven by a single thread, and fate may fall down upon you while the devil is knocking right at your door. So all you restless, each night you hear the drums of war. Awaken, awaken, the voice begins to call you while you hunger. A taste of destiny, searching for. Awaken, awaken, the fight is at your door, so take up the cause. As you stand upon the edge, hanging in the balance, and fate may fall down upon you while the devil is knocking. So are you restless? Each night you hear the drums of war. Awaken, awaken, the voice begins to call you while you hunger. A taste of destiny, searching for. Awaken, awaken, awaken.
We stand and watch the world go up in flames. We fight for love until we die in vain. When the sky is getting dark and we're broken in our hearts, when we build our own demise, from the ashes we will rise. When the world is falling down, will you be
May have taken a little bit of time. Maybe have taken an extended lunch break. But you know what? We're back. And
Very
we
late
have
lunch break.
Okay, dinner break. I don't know, whatever you want to call it. For me, this feels like it's lunchtime. But either way, we are back here. We are in the semi-finals. We have Mcom Gravity sitting on the left-hand side this time. And on the right-hand side, we have our contenders, who is going to be Unleashed Chaos, I believe their name is.
Yep. And Mcom do have to miss out on their first 3 bans, which is why they aren't banning anything. So we just have to, wait and kill a little bit of time as the timer goes down on their bans. And with the first ban for the side of Unleashed Chaos is the Graves ban. The Graves was a very powerful champion in that last game.
I feel like this could actually put them at a little bit of a disadvantage. But then again, with Astral World, we did not see him play Graves in Game 1. We saw him play Graves in Game 2 and just end up dominating and show us what it really means to play a Graves with an abundance amount of lifesteal. I think it was like 60% he ended off at.
Yeah.
Then I'm curious how it's going to go in Game number 3, because so far, Astral World seems to have made huge contributions to team effort.
Yeah. It's going to be interesting to see what the Unleashed Chaos boys decide to pick as their first pick, as they can, casually chill. They don't have to worry about the champion they want first pick being banned, because there's no bans for the first 3 rotation. The first 3.
No, for those of you who are a little bit unaware, I believe we did have to say goodbye to hard stock after Game 2, and we're seeing Tubes Higher being put in his place. Well, sorry, taking his seat. So we're going to see a different style of top laning coming to the semi-final. Now the question is that going to help continue their streak, or is it going to send them, into the runners-up bracket? We'll find out as we head further into the game, as he has decided to pick up his signature Shen champion first up, going up against a Mordekaiser from Ballistic Doom.
Yeah, the Mordekaiser can be a pretty decent pick. It's also pretty good at stopping Shen, being able to teleport to the fight. If the Shen is in range, he can either use his ultimate. Mordekaiser can either respond with his own ultimate, or just try to pull at him with his E to stop the Shen joining a team fight with the Stand United. And a Skarner. You do not see many people play Skarner.
I have not seen a Skarner, and probably since the entire preseason started, actually, that this is going to be interesting. I want to see how a Skarner is played in the preseason leading up to the actual thing with these new items. What is his optimization? How is he going to be effective?
Yeah. Oh, buddy, see what Skarner's abilities do. I've never seen him before. Weird little scorpion boy.
And following up, it looks like we've got Hecarim going up against him this time. Oh, pardon me. Post-dinner hiccups. Food coma are coming. Hecarim going up. We got Misfortune picked up once again. Seems to be a bit of a cycle going on here.
They're gonna let more Misfortune through. Just lock it in. Their ADC seems particularly good on it. So
Well,
there's no
honestly-
reason to not pick it up.
Honestly speaking, because she hasn't been the biggest the biggest contender for a majority of the game, the only time she really comes online is when she's got that collector. That it's okay to let it through, because there are a lot of situations that can work against their Misfortune.
Oh yeah,
And we've always seen it with the Gale Force, so it's just like, well, let's see what we can do to try and counter this time.
Oh yeah, I definitely agree. There's not a huge reason to be banning out the Misfortune. The Seth has been performing quite well on him, but not really good enough to argue banning Misfortune out as well. So the Misfortune is going to be left open, and might as well pick it up to take it away from the enemy team. I'm going to see a Vayne in response to the Misfortune, which is going to be an interesting pick.
Only one way to find out, honestly. And looking at the second round of champion bans, we're finally seeing Mcom Gravity begin to participate in this game fully now. They banned away Tarek first round. I'm seeing this is what I'm finding is a pattern. Every single time in the second round of champion bans, a support on both sides is being banned. And that I am loving to see. Pantheon banned away. One less thing that they would need to worry about coming into game number 3, especially with the likes of like Misfortune with that bullet time.
Yes, the Pantheon being able to just stand up in front and block it with his shield is going to be particularly annoying. So just get it removed. Just kick it out. If it doesn't spark joy, get rid of it.
Well, coming in with the Karma pick, so we definitely know that is a Karma and Vayne bottom lane. And I gotta say, that is going to be that comp can actually work well, because Skarner needs to get that like extra movement speed engage. And with the likes of a Karma in your team, that's going to give him that mobility needed to be able to catch up, as we see a cycle through of a lot of strong supports coming out from Sephra to pick for Leona, and it looks like it's going to be an Alistair once again.
Yeah, Luna popped off quite well on the Alistar, so pick it up again. And I'm going to be seeing a Seraphine. Haven't seen much Seraphine being played in tournaments.
No, but I think there might be a Seraphine mid lane by the looks of it too. Because you've got Alistair already picked up. That could potentially be Beats taking up Seraphine going into this matchup, especially against the likes of Akali as well.
Yeah, the Seraphine can definitely turn the tide of a battle in a team fight with a huge ultimate. Just being able to, if you hit one member of the team, the extension of the range can be super powerful for surprising the enemy team and catching players out when they think they're safe.
Well, it resets. The distance resets. It starts off at 0 from the point it hits that champion. So it's like you essentially get like double to triple, maybe even 10 times the range if you're lucky.
Yeah, like that's what I saw when it first came out. So just set up like a line of training dummies, and they ulted from the fountain to the tier 2 tower. And
it's going to be nuts to see how this plays out, because I have seen quite a few games since Seraphine came out where her ulti has actually made the game work too well in their favor, to the point that that is the winning play. So that's what's really got me curious if we're going to see that coming out in game number 3 today, / the semi-final. Beats had a really good game 1, had a very sufferable game number 2. I wonder if she can make it a 2-for-1 in favor of actually making huge comebacks in game number 3.
Yeah, we'll definitely see. The Seraphine is going to be a particularly good champion, like you said, with her ultimate. Even if she does lose lane and gets put behind, the ability to still just charm the entire enemy team can easily turn a team fight. Doesn't matter if you're 20-0 and 0 or 0-20. That ult can change the game.
Yep. And looking at these team comps, because we do still need to talk about these team comps altogether, the rosters. What are your thoughts, just based on inspection from what we see here?
I think the Hecarim and Shen are going to be pretty terrifying together. The Hecarim just is allowed to dive like quite safely into the enemy backlines, and he can get help by the Shen. The only real exception to that will be maybe the Mordekaiser picking him out if he tries to go for anything too aggressive. Depending on how these team fights go, so I feel like the Mordekaiser is going to have to do a lot of work to help protect his backlane from this little horsey boy.
Well, there you have it, everybody. Game number 3 of tonight's Iron to Gold bracket, brought to you by Bronze Standard 5. Just under 2 minutes away from leaking into the game itself. My name is Jactical. I am joined by Stavable, and we'll leave you with intermission to get ready for the game.
We pop stars. Oh, winning now. Ain't nobody bringing us down, 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 down. You ready for this? See, 언제든지는 모습 magic 다는 번에 네가 잡을 절대 기죽지 않지. 팝하는 거 못 알아. 근데 숲수원에도 오늘은 굴거려 보여. I'm troubling you, wanting it. I'm so cold. When I move that way, you gon' be so blown. I'm the realest in the game.
kept rolling skies. One too many. One too many times.
Here we are, everybody. The semi-final coming at you live. Mcom Gravity still sitting on the top of the leaderboard. Our stream champion sitting on the blue side. With Troops Higher sitting in as the substitute. And on the red-hand side, we have Unleashed Chaos. Now it's a matter of seeing how they're going to play this out. As for the third game and the third time, both sides are staying pretty passive, leading into the lane phase.
Yeah, that's disappointing, honestly. Everyone's playing the early game very passively and just playing it safe.
Oh my
And-
god. Did you just see Karma and Vayne just like Super Saiyan it for a second there? I swear they were trying to fuse and become some form of like, you know, super version of themselves or something like that.
Yeah, but found it interesting that Karma decided that Guardian was the play here over the more damaging Comet or a bit more in between Airy. But
It is interesting to have picked that over something else. And you know what? I think she's mainly trying to focus on actually just doing damage instead of, you know, accidentally sacrificing doing that little bit of extra damage to give somebody a shield. Because she works both ways.
Yeah, it definitely does work both ways.
Oh, the damage coming out from both sides already. Jeremy really laying it on with the Mentor-empowered abilities. And Misfortune getting those perfect double taps. Oh, it is just glorious to watch.
Yeah, some high-quality League of Legends.
Oh, speaking of high quality, Troops Higher going on top of Ballistic already. They're battling it out quite evenly. And then we see a nice little shuriken grab. Troops gets in for another taunt, manages to dodge something else. And then it's going to be first kill over as Ballistics just get taken down with a flash basic attack. Troops Higher really making himself known on the map now.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Mcom Beats really going on top of Taco Shuriken. You know, reading the name Taco just makes me hungry now. And I just ate. I'm so hungry again. Damn it.
Toops has decided that the rest of his team has had time to prove himself on stream, and he needs to catch up and prove himself on stream by getting a nice early solo kill on this Mordekaiser.
I feel like Mordekaiser is in for a little bit more that he can chew at the moment. And same with Taco Shuriken going in on beats like that. Just that Shroud is really going to make a lot of plays for him. I can just see it happening in the future as we now see a nice little knock-up combo coming out from Leona, going on top of Yoko if they can. But I like the trade nonetheless. It was a perfect attempt. It was epic. They were able to actually gain some distance between the two and deny some XP.
And that was a nice little bounce by the MF to put out a nice chunk of damage onto this Vayne. And we see the Skarner is looking for a gank in the top lane, but it doesn't look like he's going to actually find anything. And we'll just chill out with his Scuttle.
Exactly. Looking at that, another headbutt knock-up combo. Looking to get on top. The Soul Link doesn't fully conclude. And meanwhile, we do see Skarner. He doesn't exactly have the movement speed passive on the terrain, but it was a good attempt nonetheless. With Troops High nearby, I felt like you know who was going to win that. Jeremy Foster goes on top of Dromes, looking to prevent it from going to base.
Yeah, just a cheeky little slap, forcing her to stay in lane.
Exactly. I'm pretty sure that was Mantra empowered as well, which makes it like, you know, the delayed explosion on top of.
Yeah.
Except for Dromes. Seppa. Just the name I'm trying to think of here. Here we go. Troops High gone for a second attempt. Ballistic manages to actually soak up the damage with his W. Gets on top with the double basic set. Sorry, 2 attacks plus a basic. There's the passive. But he's not going to follow up on anything. That's a little bit curious. Normally you would want to be a little bit more aggressive on it.
Yeah. So would I, but they start to play it slow. He's going a little bit slower than that previous game.
Yeah, but I do see Hecarim in that river bush, looking to try and come in with a little gallop. Comes in, freaking gets through the finish line, goes on top, and it's going to be another kill. But this time, it looks like Astro's going to claim it for the team instead. The team
Yeah.
synergy coming out from Mcom Gravity is really working well for each other. Like, 1 kill apiece, you can't go wrong with that.
Yeah, and another death on the Mordekaiser. Putting the Mordekaiser behind is pretty important. So the Mordekaiser is able to farm up, stay in the game, or even get a lead. He will be able to just get a free kill every time he presses his R key on the enemy ADC. But if the Mordekaiser gets put behind, it's no longer entirely free every time.
No, definitely not. I'm just looking at, what Alistair might do, because so far Alistair has just headbutt charged every single time he had the opportunity. I was expecting it to happen again just then, just like waiting. Will it happen? No, instead he just prematurely uses the ability, and it looks like both of them are looking to go back to base.
Yeah,
This might give a chance for Yuko to actually catch up.
Yeah. It looks like the Alistar just used it to clear out the wave a little bit, help his ADC push it out.
And Skarner, already sitting on top of that dragon, looking to get it, has the terrain advantage as well, based on his passive. Meanwhile, Hecarim has no idea he is there, and Seraphine is just pushing the wave in nicely. This is somehow... He's secretly doing it underneath the breath of the enemy. They don't know, they can't see. They haven't got the vision available in Tubes. He's not level 6 yet, so we can't help try and sort of turn this around, but there's the ulti. Hecarim steals the dragon, gets a kill on top. He's looking to get a kill, actually. It's a 4v3. Beats 1-on-1 against Psycho. Not doing well. Will get taken down. Oh, Skarner denying them the freedom of a kill. Vayne claiming the second kill of the fight. Now we can see his fortune nearby. Alistair running into the dragon pit. But he's not going to follow up with anything else. No one follows into it. He still has that flash available. Now my question is, was that actually worth it?
I'm gonna say no. I don't think that was worth it. I don't think an early drag is worth 2 kills.
No, absolutely not. Especially since it was like split between the ADC and mid laner on top of. Ballistic Doom may be having trouble early game, but he's playing Mordekaiser. He comes on a little bit more towards the mid and late game, whereas you've got a Vayne and an Akali. If they get their first items, it's going to be a tighter squeeze to try and sort of, fit around team fights. Just because of how much mobility they have in their kits.
Yeah, very true. Yeah, that was a very close fight, though. The Skarner and the Vayne both survived that fight with very low amounts of health. That fight could have very easily gone the other way. If Shen had a little bit more XP and was able to ult in that fight, that 100% would have been extremely Mcom favored.
Exactly. I mean, the extra health to be able to soak up everything. Well, the shield to soak up extra damage, keep Hecarim alive for a little bit longer. I feel like the biggest problem, though, with that last fight was that Misfortune was not with the team when they did everything. Hecarim just prematurely fired his ulti straight into the pit. He stole the dragon. But where was the rest of his team? Heavily disconnected. It was a 1v1 Seraphine versus Akali. Alistair was just running around and just everything else was missing. Now we see the ulti coming out from Shen. Hecarim going right on top of Taco Shuriken. Gets away through the Shroud. Now looks like the attention's right on top of Skarner. Looking to do something. Ulti does not work. We see Hecarim going 1v1 against Ballistic there. Ballistic manages to take on the kill. Now he's got some extra armor, damage, and everything else on top of. Looking to go on top of Shen. Troops higher. Does can just keep himself alive a little bit longer, but for how long? Is he going to get a kill on Ballistic? Oh, he does, but is he going to be able to keep it alive? Akali is on her own. No health available. Energy is on half. There it is. Beats looking to try and do something. There we go. Misses the E, and it looks like she's going to get away clean. But look at that. Shen is just absolutely going on a rampage now.
Yeah. Shen is proving his worth as a top laner for the team.
And how is Akali still alive in lane at this point?
Yeah, the Akali was very lucky to get out of there alive. And she does have to watch out. Oof.
Yep, headbutt, knock up, coming in for Jeremy. A flash, there's the bullet time. Alistair's going to try and do something to stun them, but it's a little bit too late because bullet time had already started. Now we see Maylong trying to go and help in, go for a 2v1 against Troops Higher. He gets the taunt, but it'll be enough. The dot damage followed by, oh, that hammer down. That is the unofficial Reinhardt of League of Legends right there.
Yeah. Mordecai's hits him with a bonk and sends him to horny jail. As the Shen
Did you
gets
just
the
say horny jail?
yes.
Oh god, here we go, guys. The memes
Epic
are coming
meme
alive
murdered.
to Bronze Standard 5. Edition number 1.
There's just like some things like I can't like see it without thinking of that. Like Jax's E is a helicopter.
Oh, here we go. Pulls the ulti away. I
whatever.
think he'll be able to test it long enough. One side has the snake. Oh, Hecarim has the smite. I think he'll be able to do something. Yes! There we go. Melon claims the Herald as well as helps claims a kill for the team. Hecarim on cooldown. And now we can see Ballistic Doom beginning to recover and sort of redeem himself in his team because he's got that Omni Vamp based ability item. And he's going to try and make some efforts now. Tubes challenging him to a 1v1. This is the grab, gets the hit. Melong nearby, but he's not going to be able to do anything because he got picked up by the control ward.
Yep. And Alistar's roaming around looking to see if he can help out anywhere. Doesn't really see anything, so he's gonna probably wobble his way back to his ADC. And this is a much slower game than some of these other games have been so far.
Absolutely, but it's,
Beckham may be in trouble. But
but
she
I'm
gets
liking
outside.
it. It's less than a kill per minute. That's what I'm loving. It's less than a kill per minute. We're actually able to see strategy play out in the semi-final. These boys are really looking to elevate their gameplay at this point, Stab.
Yeah, definitely are. And BC's kind of picking himself up in Gore Drinker.
Interesting. You don't really see that very often. I don't think... I would have assumed, like, a Trinity Force would have been the first item of choice.
Yeah, I would have assumed Trinity Force or the either
There we
Turbo
go,
Chem
Ballistic
Tank or
Doom tries to come in after teleporting. Beats manages to slow them down. It is a fight for the dragon. Going in for everything. There goes the ulti, the encore, the bullet time. One over the hill, one under the into the dragon pit. Taco completely disconnected from the team. A flash away from Misfortune, trying to get over the other side of the spectrum. It is one down, and it looks like Mcom Gravity managed to claim the kill, but it did come at the cost of their mid laner once again.
yeah, it was another 2-for-0 trade. 2 for Dragon.
Oh, it's going to get worse too, because look at that. Herald comes in with the headbutt. Not going to be able to take down the turret. Does a bit of damage. Now we can see just Hecarim doing way too much in the wrong areas at the wrong time. I don't understand how he's still alive is my question.
Built different. And he got healed by Seraphine and shielded.
If I can make a reference to Fire Lap, because that's how every time I see Hecarim, I keep thinking of Fire Lap, the big giant racehorse. They need to add more weight to him. They need to slow him down. He's just got too much.
Yeah. Need to add some weights to Hecarim, a little bit of a nerf. Tie somebody, weights to him. And the MF is going to pick up Gale Force again.
Not surprising. It is a very popular item of choice at this current stage.
Yeah,
I mean,
turns
the
out
game-
that giving ADCs bonus move speed and a fucking dash
especially
is pretty powerful.
Especially since some of the items you would get with Misfortune do not give you extra movement speed. So hey, why not start in one area and you just make it a passive bonus everywhere else?
Yeah, very true, very true.
But I gotta say, this is the first time I'm seeing a Gale Force base Misfortune. I would normally see it in something like a Caitlyn or Kaiser or even a Jinx, but being picked up by Misfortune, I'm beginning to feel a little bit enlightened by the way Cephadromes is actually playing her at this point. Oh, the ulti followed by an encore. Astroworld nearby has his ult. He's not available just yet, but the flash coming out. Is he going to get taken in? Yes, he is. There goes Skarner, gets on for the kill. A teleport coming from Troops, gets a taunt. Are they going to be able to do something? Astro is turning his sights on the Melong. He's at critical health. Oh, he survives with that Gorge Ring of damage and the healing. Is there going to be enough? No. Astroworld helps claim the kill. And it looks like they're going to try and claim their mid turret as well. I believe that's going to be the first turret of this game in toe stab. And meanwhile, down bottom lane, you know Cephadrome's already dead just because she is on her own. She's past the midpoint and Vayne ulted.
Yeah, Ceph got a bit destroyed there.
It is just that was just catastrophic. Like, they got the middle turret, they got a kill on top of. I'm just a little bit astonished at how quickly things escalate in different areas.
Yeah, game has been escalating a little bit chaotic. also still going to be a bit slow. But we are starting to see people pick up their mythics. Hekrum's got his Divine Sundra, Seraphine's got her Leandries, and people are starting to do a lot more damage in these fights.
I feel like things are going to begin to escalate a little bit more too. Like everybody's getting close to finishing their mythic items, which is usually a very big increase for some players. Like you got Akali with that finished Night Harvester, Mordekaiser with that I don't even remember what the hell that item's called. Riftmaker, just the extra damage, the lifesteal and everything like that.
Vayne's picked up her mini Vayne in the Kraken Slayer.
Vayne, the Kraken Slayer. Getting a little bit worrisome now, looking at how things are beginning to turn out. Bottom lane's, working in favor for Mcom Gravity, but top lane is on a bit of a different side of the spectrum, especially with Hecarim missing most of the time. And now we can see Sephiroth and Leona trying to go right on top of Jeremy. They got their eyes sighted on the nearest person. Meanwhile, top lane, Ballistic Doom, really showing Shen that, hey, I'm alive now. I have my item. Time to make you my little dog. We can see Leona tries to go on top, gets soul linked, Mei Long nearby, looking to try and catch up, pops some movement speed, looking to get an ulti, stun somebody, pull him into there. There's the slow, gets the knockback by Leona, attack on Shuriken nearby, but Yoko goes right on top and gets an easy one with the Kraken Slayer bonus. And all the while, top side, they're really just like having at each other without even dying.
Yeah, they are beating on each other, but the Mordekaiser does have a Rift Maker, so he is going to win every extended fight.
Oh, there's not much left going for Toops higher in top lane. He's at critical health point. His turret has no health bars remaining. Meanwhile, we do see beats throughout an empowered E, but it's not going to be enough, actually. It misses altogether, and all the while, one turret to two by the looks of it as well. All in favor for Mcom Gravity at this point.
Yeah. We're going to see if the Hecarim suicides yet again for a dragon, because it does look like the Chaos Boys are almost set up for it. But it looks like this one might just be given up entirely.
Oh, here we go. All right, they managed to claim a dragon for themselves. That first dragon of the game, actually, for their team. And that's going to be a Cloud Dragon. Imagine that, having 40% extra cooldown reduction on your ultimates, plus having movement speed on top of after activating your ultimates too.
Yeah.
It's like the perfect combination, really, when you're playing something
very
like
nice on
Alice there.
Skarner.
Here we go, they're really battling it out. I'm not sure what the feel here. Toops coming into the fight, finally catching him off. No, they're inside the Shadow Realm, so we can't do anything. It's Astro versus Ballistic, 1v1. Muhammad Ali versus Mike Tyson, here we go. Comes out, oh, he gets the kill. Will it be enough? The rest of the team connects up. It is an encore of a fight. Meanwhile, just underneath mid-turret, Taiko Shuriken gets taken down by Prolific Drones. The rest of the team trying to do something. Ballistic, he is surviving on mineral world. How is this even possible? Coming with a bullet time, goes on top, helps, gets a kill on Jeremy Foster. Ballistic gets away, and it looks like Mcom Gravity win the overall and claim the Herald for themselves.
Yeah, it was a very interesting fight. However, the Mcom boys were able to win this, as Vayne was just chilling in the bot lane, split pushing and taking some towers. Getting some nice gold and XP for herself, but they lose the objective for that.
I'm not really sure exactly how to feel about the state of this game. Looking at the minimap, there was a lot of ward coverage in spread amount of areas. The one thing I'm liking is that they're in the river at least, instead of just in their own side of the jungle 95% of the time that I do see in Iron to Platinum based series.
Yeah, this game is feeling a little bit random as though, fights breaking out weirdly and then there's just players missing on the opposite side of the map. They are fighting for objectives decently well, but the fights do seem pretty awkward still at times.
I'm a little bit worried for Mcom Gravity because if that Vayne enters a fight, you know they're going to completely destroy the enemy. Mordekaiser can separate somebody, Vayne does Vayne things, and just Skarner really rips into somebody when he stuns them. They've got a good amount of tag and bag, they call it. And Stoops comes in with the taunt, gets on top of Ballistic. Is it really smart to do it at this point? The rest of the team's trying to keep him away from one another. Mei Long forced to retreat a little bit. Little Toops trying to get on top. Ballistic manages to grab him to throw him away, and all the while, Baron's about to roost. Baron's about to spawn for the first time this game, everybody. Let's see what's going to happen next.
Yep. And Seraphine did teleport in to join this fight, so it definitely does look like they are going to be trying to force a Baron here.
Yeah, they've so far they have control of the Baron. The rest of the team, however, are closing in from behind. Tom coming out from tubes higher. There's the stun, followed by another team. Misfortune claiming the first kill of the fight. There's the bullet time. All the ballistics completely negated. Is he going to do well against a Hecarim? Find out next time on Dragon Ball. We just saw it and Hecarim won. I felt like doing a meme.
Yep.
Oh man, that fight was a little bit... It was short-lived, to say the least. I thought there was going to be more sparks flying in the air.
Yeah. The Mordekaiser ulted to a 1v1 and wasn't really able to win the 1v1, and then the rest of his team weren't there to help fight, so he just got absolutely deleted.
Oh god, Shuriken taking a lot of damage from Misfortune. There's the heal. Already popped the Gale Force. And I'm pretty sure that Gale Force did a whopping amount of damage. And just like that, Mcom Gravity had put this game back on their side of the spectrum.
Yeah. They are doing a very good job tonight of abusing picks to go for objectives.
Yeah, it looks like they're going straight in for the first inhibitor turret. They're claiming down with the help of that Rift Herald. Looking to claim that first inhibitor as well. And look at the rest of the team. They are sitting by and just watching things happen. They have no choice but to not fight that.
Yep. And it looks like they're going to try and quickly get a reset in before the dragon spawning in 40 seconds.
Now this is the type of objective focusing I like. Going for what matters most when it's possible. Soon as I saw that, as soon as you see that little, I guess that little hourglass icon just hovering grey, it's like you need to reset yourselves. Go back to base, buy your items, and try and prepare to take advantage of the next dragon fight that comes around. Because so far, it's always been, I'm pretty sure Mcom Gravity have always been done well to sort of secure terrain around the major objective, just to secure it in their favor. Or at least try and look for ways to try and win it in their favor, like we saw with the first dragon, where he managed to just ulti straight through and smite it right underneath Meilong's nose.
Which he also did in the fight for the second dragon, pretty much.
That is true, actually. And now, coming close to an even stalemate, Shan split pushing top lane. He has his sights on his team. He has his ultimate available. He has the teleport available. Now it's all a matter of seeing who's going to make the wrong move first. Who's going to expose their king.
Yeah, the Mcom players are perfectly fine to just chilling around here and not allowing them to, not going for the objective for the while.
Oh,
just let Shen get a tower
good
for free.
opportunity. Ballistic did just use his grab and miss altogether.
Yeah. Shen's just getting free things and can join this fight as soon as he wants. He's getting a tower and he's going to continue pushing.
And that's what makes a split pushing champion all the better. Beast managed to slow down Meilong, try and prevent them doing something. They do have slight control. It is a 5v4, but they are being very cautious. There's the slow. Oh, Shuriken comes in. The encore knacks up at least two people. There's the bullet time coming. One kill. Looking for the second. Doesn't get it, but manages to claim a double kill into Hecarim. Meanwhile, we see Shuriken really close nearby. Gale Force helps catch up like a meme like no tomorrow. That is a quadra kill over to Misfortune. And just like that, I believe that is pretty much game and match pretty much in favor for Mcom Gravity once again. They got straight through. They have the Baron buff. They have the... Well, Dragon just spawned, but I don't think it's going to matter because look at that. You've got respawn times for at least another 10 seconds on major players. First Nexus, second Nexus turret, and that is an exposed crystal. Guess what, everybody? Mcom Gravity have gone straight through to the grand final.
Oh. Yeah. Mcom Gravity keep playing like a fairly slow and like reserved early, and then once the like towers start falling, they get objectives. They look for picks to take objectives for free, and always seem to know like when they can and when they have to like try and be more passive. Because of that, they're just managing to take games by taking objectives, taking gold, and getting a lead from that.
But they did well. No matter how grim things got, no matter how deep the water gets, they still managed to rise back up to the surface. I mean, that last team fight really showed how well they were able to come together and how much they really, how much they played on what was available to them. Like, they saw what was laid out in front of them They made the right moves, and they claimed their king at the end of the game. It's amazing. That was by far possibly the best game I've seen tonight. Very, very properly approached, in my opinion.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you. It's probably the best one we've seen tonight.
I believe that's going to send him through to the grand final, everybody. So we're going to go to a quick little break, and we'll be back with the grand final just around the corner.
As you stand upon the edge, hanging in the balance, and fate may fall down upon you. The devil is not good, so I'm restless. Each night you hear the drums of war. Awaken, the voice begins to call you while you hunger. A taste of destiny, searching for awaken.
We stand and watch the world go up in flames. We fight for love until we die in vain. When the sky is getting dark and we're broken in our hearts, when we build our own demise, from the ashes we will rise. When the world
starlight now. We're in the starlight now. We're in the starlight now. Yeah, you told me I would have to wait. After all these conversations would result in nothing. Wish my friends and I could celebrate, but these plans keep falling through because there's always something. Say that you want me when I'm in the room. Then when I ask you, tell me it's too soon. Guess all your words were too good to be true. I'm done waiting, sick of saving all my hope tonight. Cause your empty promises don't satisfy. No more compromise, cause I don't need you to act like we're alright. Say that you want me when I'm in the room. Then when I ask you, tell me it's too soon. Guess all your words were too good to be true. I'm done waiting, sick of saving all my hope.
blade 소리쳐 원하 이름 잊지 못하게 loud 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 I can take you to the top 절대 멈추지 못해 내가 끝내주는 bag out 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 when I start to talk like that oh you won't know how to react I'm a picture perfect face with that wild in my veins you can hear it in my growl 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 so keep your eyes on me now 무엇을 보든 좋아할 거야 나의 소원은 level 나와 되게 원하는 확신해 we got it all in our hands now so can you handle what we're all about we're so tough get to show you up can you feel the rush now ain't nobody bringing us down 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 they can try but we gonna win the crown you can go another round 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 wish you luck but you're not bringing us down we go hard till we get it we go hard we're so in it we pop stars only winning now ain't nobody bringing us down 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 you ready for this See 언제든지 내 모습 magic down 한 번에 네가 잡을 절대 기죽지 않지 다 pounding 못 알아 근데 숲수원에도 원하는 굴거려 보여 I'm troubling you wanting it I'm so cold when I move that way you gon' be so blown I'm the realest in the game set on the fire with the blade you're about to hear my name ring it in your head like whoa so keep your eyes on me now 무엇을 보든 좋아할 거야 we're so tough let's get to show you up
Here we are, everybody. We're back here, coming at you live at the grand final of Bronze Standard 5's Iron to Gold, hashtag 1 of 2021, and in January. My name is Jectical. I'm joined by Stabbable, and we have had the longest intro tonight, and it looks like we're going straight through to the grand final here.
Oh yeah. And
I
we're
don't know.
immediately gonna see Toops' Shen being banned out.
Ooh, I wonder what Coop might pick in response to that then when it comes to champion selection. But Diana also picked in response to that as well to be put in that ban. This is quite interesting to start off with.
Yeah, pretty irregular bans. Even Shen is a pretty powerful champion, but even then, you don't see him being banned too often. So it's a pretty different ban phase from the other ones.
There we have it. Misfortune is finally taken off the table. Oh, hand me that beer. I'm so happy about this.
The Vladimir ban. It looks like they want to putting a lot of respect on Orphan's name, as they do seem to be scared of his mid pull.
Yeah, Diana, as well as Vladimir. That's quite selective, to say the least, Stab.
Yeah, some pretty targeted bans, banning that MF, banning that Kane, banning the Shen. And let's see what a regulatory decides to first pick for his team.
You know, it actually got me curious that the last bans in the first three roster were both junglers. So it's like Will and Astro seem to be favorites on both sides. As we can see, regulatory picking up Ezreal for Ubi as their first choice of champion. Now it's a matter of seeing whether they can respond to that at this point, whether it's going to be a response to that ADC or pick something completely different.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting seeing how well Ezreal performs with the recent mirror mana changes. They did hit, right? The 11.1? Yeah. Where they've changed the mirror mana to be... So they changed the shock damage from 4% to 2.2%. And then change the AD you get to 2.5% from 2%. So a lot less damage from that item, and it costs more gold, which is really going to hurt Ezreal.
And just like that, Jhin and Graves picked up straight off the bat. Astro got his Graves for the second time tonight. This is going to be delicious.
Yeah,
I'm not sure how to feel about this, Stab. I'm really not sure how to feel about this. That Graves being picked up is already a problem.
Yeah, and Jhin getting through as well. Be very scary.
Oh, and Akali being picked up by Orphans. Skarner as well, so I'm liking that the first choice was a complete flex pick, but then the other two seem to be going like, the regular chronological order where it's like, jungle, then mid laner. Whereas on the other side, it's the same rinse and repeat, but I'm curious whether Beans is actually going to pick something to respond to Akali or do something else entirely to sort of help the team out. Nope, it looks like it's going to be rinse repeat all the way through tonight, Stab.
Yeah. And it's the Nico pickup. Very interesting. Don't see many players pick up the Nico. Like, I can't really think of the last time I've seen a Nico.
I've seen it recently, but it's a huge hit and miss. Like, it's one of those situations where you have a couple combinations you can choose from, but they're all tied. But like, each combination is tied down to what type of game you want to play out, or what type of game is forcing you to play out what combination. As we see Morgana taken away, as well as Rennington, and the second to last two bans on either side. Now it's a matter of seeing what their final, what the final card they're going to sort of throw into the dumpster is going to be in this one.
As you wish.
Yep.
Gianna, very unconventional.
Yeah. Very interesting. He must be terrified of Pogius's Gianna.
And I'm curious what the last band's going to be. They must still be discussing it. I wonder if we're going to see something like a Malphite, or maybe even probably an Alistair to sort of take it away. But no, it looks like it's going to be Ornn to be taken away from Toops higher. So that's three champions taken away from Toops higher in top lane. It looks like they might be fearing Toop the most in this game matchup.
I'm going to see a Pantheon being picked up. Very nice. Could be flexed as the support or the top laner. The recent changes to like his ultimate and his kit, giving him that 10% armor pen per level on his ultimate, makes him scale pretty well, making him a very strong top laner.
Alistair. That gets picked up. We're in for an interesting game. Pantheon top lane. I'm already beginning to understand how that could work well for the team. No top laner has been properly picked up yet. In fact, I'm actually curious who the top laner is for Kraked. Like, okay, so it's a Riven. Now we understand a lot better. At first, when I saw Karthus, I was just like, are they trolling me? Are they trolling me? Or is this actual? I'm not 100% sure how this is going to work out, Stab.
Yeah. And now we're just waiting for the limit to pick the last pick, and it's going to be a Poppy.
My question is whether that's a Poppy support or a Pantheon support. It can only be one of the two at this rate.
Yeah, I definitely feel like it's going to be Poppy top as a response to Riven. Because you can use your W to stop one of Riven's little dashes and knock her down to the ground. So it's a pretty good matchup for the Poppy.
I'm not liking Alistair and Ezreal versus this Pantheon though. Like, Pantheon could do well, but normally he does well against like, squishy based supports that don't exactly have a lot of deniability, like, Morgana, where if you put a black shield on somebody, Pantheon can just jump on you, but it's not going to stun you, and you've pretty much just forfeited anything as the Pantheon.
Yeah.
But Alistair is the support versus a Pantheon. Now that is going to send some sparks flying, I can tell you that right now.
Yeah, the Pantheon's going to have to be careful about not staying around on top of the Alistar too long. Because if you stand on him too long, he's going to knock you up into the air, then run around you and just knock you directly into the tower. So the Pantheon needs to be sure to do short trades and not just get shoved directly onto the tower for a free kill.
No, definitely not. And because they finally fixed up Pantheon's E, where the shield blocks every frontal oncoming projectile, where it doesn't actually protect against turrets anymore. It's kind of sort of like he's forfeited any overpoweredness he had in him when it comes to being the support and diving under the turret. But
Yeah.
I'm curious nonetheless to see how this is going to work out, because the team comps, it's very interesting to say the least. Like, the one thing I'm really concerned about is Riven versus Poppy, and just this Pantheon in the bottom lane with a Jhin. Like, I feel like Jhin could possibly be stuck there for a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, Pantheon Jhin was super strong when Pantheon was like a must-pick support. Jhin just gives a lot of damage as a follow-up. And yes, it's true that Pantheon losing the ability to block tower shots means you don't get to freely tower dive people anymore, but you still get to do like 300 damage with PTA when you press W on someone. So the damage that the Pantheon Jhin bot lane puts out isn't something to be deny. It's like they do a lot of damage, and if they don't respect it, the Ezreal and Elsa are going to get destroyed.
And with that, everybody, we're just getting close to the end of the spectator's delay loading into the screen. We're going to leave you with a final intermission break as we load up for the grand final here, brought to you by Bronze Standard 5, Iron to Gold Series, #1.
When the darkness comes, I count up my mistakes. We were the thunder and the lightning, burn fire started from the spark. I would spend it just to watch you twirl. It was us against the world. You were the rain falling on my skin. Yeah, I was dying when you pulled me in. I was your rebel and you were my girl. It was us against the world.
Can you feel me? I'm so scared if I choose on my feelings for you. Need to know what you're feeling, know what you're feeling. I'm so scared if I choose on my feelings for you. Can you feel me?
Welcome back, everybody, from the last intermission brought to you here at Bronze Standard 5. My name is Jactical.
30
What?
seconds until minions spawn.
Yeah. A very interesting talk with my producer. My name is Jactical. I am joined by Stabbable. Yeah, our names actually somewhat rhyme.
Oh
And
yeah,
it looks like we
totally
have
right.
another line of scrimmage.
Yeah, it's just typical 5-point defense. Nothing exciting happening. And
Kind of rinse and repeat almost now, where it's just the same. Like it's the same line of scrimmage, passive plays all the way through. No 5-man, invade or magical journey
Yeah.
all the way around the map somehow.
Yeah. And it looks like the Skarner in this game is deciding to go with the phase rush over the Conqueror.
I'm liking it.
Yeah.
Well, it allows him to actually catch up to somebody without being slowed quite heavily. That's what phase rush is well known for, being able to, increase the gap, or sorry, close that gap on somebody, or increase the gap, regardless of what type of slow they've got available.
It also allows him to abduct people a lot faster. Just picks
where's
somebody up
Captain
with his
Flowers?
ult and just takes them to the other side of the map.
I'm just expecting Captain Flowers to jump out from somewhere. Just be like, yeah, there's my Skarner. Oh, the only person I know in League of Legends that absolutely loves a single champion to bits.
Yeah. The Captain Flowers does stand Skarner.
Oh, look at that beat. Really laying it onto him. Gets the snare, followed by a nice little wombo combo too. This is what makes Nico pretty strong early game if you get the correct.
Yeah, and Nico's EQ
combo.
can do a ton of damage. She was able to hit it.
Oh, Orphans having a bit of trouble at the moment. What's Skarner doing? He's taking his blue buff. And just like actually, it's a little bit different. Skarner has gone straight from his red to blue. Graves has completely cleared his top side and has yet to go down to his blue.
Yeah. Graves just taking his time, clearing his jungle, chilling out. It's a little bit behind the Skarner.
Yeah, I wonder how effective it'll work from there, because he's going to go straight for... Oh my god, Orphans is going to get destroyed if he's not careful.
Yep. But
He's
Orphans...
very lucky to get out of that alive.
Yeah. Yeah. Obi is doing a good job of freezing the wave outside of his tower. Not pushing up any further than they have to not give Pantheon any free kill. Pantheon Jin any free kills.
Oh my god, just watching Ribbon actually struggle in lane is a rare treat to see.
Yeah.
I feel so sorry for Orphans. He's being bullied so much by Beats. Just look at that. Nice. Well done. In the early stages of the game like this, what do you expect might happen soon?
Play this farm for a few more minutes.
So it's
Pantheon
gonna be a slow
is
game.
looking pretty hard for something,
Yep.
but... Whoa.
It's nice that he's giving his ADC some time. Oh, the flash followed by the dash. Is he going to be able to do something? He misses the empowered Q, but it's going to be enough to get the first blood. It is not normal to see your support get the first blood, so I'm kind of crying a little bit here. Oh, dash by knockoff. Graves going right on top of Ruby, trying to do something, but is stunned by Proteus. Now it looks like, the flash and the heal in Tori going to be able to keep alive a little bit longer now. So curious though, how much longer will that work for him? She's got Pantheon sitting right nearby now. A very interesting attempt, but good for the stream.
Yeah. He's trying.
Well, much like Ribbon, just look how much of a punishment he's suffering.
Yeah. Ribbon isn't allowed to just face roll her keyboard onto the Poppy, because Poppy does have a way to stop her CC.
Yeah, she's almost taken her. Oh my god, she knocks into the wall and gets the kill! Out of nowhere! I was not prepared for that.
Yeah, me neither.
Oh, here we go, goes right on top, gets into the shroud, looking to try and catch her off guard. Beats, does pop the clone, gets away quite freely without taking any hits, does hit some fan of knives though.
Yeah.
But is still able to keep herself alive. What's a little bit annoying though is that the CS is still completely the same between the two.
Yep. And it looks like it's going to be a nice little early Cloud Drake for the side of Mcom.
Oh, here we go. Narrowly misses the Shuriken. Keeps herself alive a little bit longer. I fear if she did grab it, Beats would have probably played on it quite easily. Just like, oh, she's dashing. Time to use the barb.
Yep. And Graves has picked himself up another Noon Quiver. Is most likely going to be going the Shieldbow Bloodthirster again.
That's gonna be fun to watch. Just every single bullet he shoots kills him for 100%, and there's nothing anyone can do. Oh, can she do it? No, she can't. Shroud. And there's Skarner. Yep, gets the slow, gets the stun, looking to keep on toe, trying to keep with her, looking to get the free one. Pops ignite, but she might stay alive long enough for the help of that triumph she has in her pockets. No, wait, no, she doesn't have triumph. She has presence of mind. It's the fleet footwork that I'm thinking of.
Yeah. And a decent attempt from the Nico, but she's being a bit overly aggressive and getting punished for it by the Skarner.
Absolutely, and with 2 war charges in her backpack. Kind of being a little bit neglectful of her minimap by the sounds of it.
Yeah. Warding, overrated.
It would be really disappointing if she made it all the way here to the grand final and then just lost it all because of, like, you know, inability to watch the map.
Yes, but players don't get to the final here by not watching the map.
Okay, so that's a challenge to everybody in the stream who's watching this.
Yeah.
It's called the Hold My Beer Challenge.
Yeah, this is a challenge to everyone watching. Get you and your boys, and none of you are allowed to look at your map. Just tape over it and try to see if you can get to the finals.
Oh, here we go. Flash by regular tree, gets out alive, forced to go to base. Doesn't have teleport available. Will be sacrificing quite a bit. Oh, Pantheon, what are you looking to do? Alistair will gut you if you're not careful.
Yep. The Alistair's just showing off his dance moves. He can't really try to engage on them, so he's just there to try and protect his little Ezreal.
Oh, he's got no choice.
Yeah.
Carry Ezreal early, so that Ezreal can carry him later.
And by carry, it's just stand there so he can't be engaged on. High
Oh, yeah.
intensity gameplay.
Oh yeah, it's like being the mortar to it's like being the mortar on a tank. Oh, here we go. I'm pretty sure I just heard Pantheon pop his ulti. Gets down to the floor. I do see Curtain Call as well. Orphan's going right on top of Jin, looking to try and catch him off guard. He's doing a really good job trying to stay on top. Oh, Will just gets out alive. Has Ignite sitting on top of him, but the heal from Ezreal helps keep him alive a little bit longer. All the while, Troops pops his teleport, but I think he may have been a couple seconds too late for the buzzer.
Yeah, just a little bit late there means no kills are gotten from the teleport. And everyone gets away safely.
As we're hitting level 6, initiating his, adding some extra armor to his kit, as what the suit works. Oops, going straight back to stop regular tree from being able to get some turret platings. I like what I'm seeing. Really doing well to make themselves known towards lane and forcing Craked to sort of take a step back and reset the wave a little bit more.
Also, something interesting to point out is that this Riven has purchased herself a serrated Dirk.
Might be going for the Eclipse. Gets caught out, runs in the opposite direction. Uses everything she can, but Toops manages to get that last basic attack on top with her passive resetting.
Yep. And that's going to be a Herald dropped in the top lane, giving the Graves and Poppy some nice little bit of gold.
It's a good thing that Skarner's nearby. He's able to stop it from actually taking down the turret altogether. And all the while mid lane's doing well on her own. Bottom lane coming out from Mcom Gravity as well is doing just okay on their own as well. No one's died yet, which is really surprising.
Yeah. Been kind of slow this game. Mcom are yet again just playing it slow in the early game and just looking to try and get themselves some leads through objectives. And speaking of objectives, the next one spawning is the Drat Infernal Drake in 20 seconds. And they are already setting up for it and clearing vision.
Looking at Mcom Gravity's situation and where all their players are, you've got Nico nearby in the river already, which like, you know, towards the river already. They have pinged that she has disappeared around there somewhere. But it looks like no one's going to be chasing after her anytime soon. Skarner's running from base. Graves is heading from the red side of his jungle. Now it's a matter of seeing how they're going to play about this first. Akali looking to engage or to prep up. Regular tree sort of stuck in the middle of nowhere. Doesn't have teleport. Meanwhile, over in the jungle. Oh, Akali uses ulti to get away Oh, well, Big Tree really stuck in the middle of nowhere. Troops over the flash and the hammer down, and that's going to be another kill again. This game is really on its face in all 3 areas of the map. That is just so hard to keep track of one.
Yeah, there's lots of fights happening everywhere on the map.
You can definitely tell, just from inspection, that Kraked have the dragon this time around. They've got the control, they've got the terrain to help Skarner's passive out. There's not much else that they can do. And Cole comes, looking to try and do something, knock up on the Graves, actually gets taken down. Look at his split. Now we see Leona making a run for it, flashes to get away. Dragon is still available, which is surprising. They do manage to claim it, but will it be at a particular cost? Because down goes Skarner. Pantheon gets taken down with regular tree, popping teleporter at the moment it goes off cooldown. Gets in with the ultimate. Ned looking trying to continue the trade, but they picked the wrong person. They picked Nico's clone, and Beats is able to get away swimmingly.
And Ubi has made a fool of himself. He fell for the clone. I always hate to see it.
Oh, this ain't looking good for regular. What are you doing? You're too deep. You're 1 in 3. What are you trying to do?
And the top tower is looking quite low. Poppy's put a lot of work in with the help from that Herald drop earlier. We might be seeing a first tower taken soon if she's able to push this in. However, Kali does not want to let that happen.
It looks like they might be trading lanes now. Just Orphans going on top of Poppy. Part 2 manages to prevent it from doing any major dashing. Gets in, gets on top. Or pops the ulti again. Gets a nice second charge. And that's going to be a shutdown. This Kali is now beginning to become the sidewinder for the rest of Kraken. Sorry, for the rest of Cracked. Oh, the names. Just my brain.
Oof.
A very close call. It does pop the red buff dot damage, but it won't be enough. She's going to get away quite cleanly.
Yeah, that is very unfortunate. If the Graves was able to get a kill there, he probably would have been able to get this. But alas, he had to fall back. And now Riven's here to try and stop the tower being taken.
Doesn't feel like it's over yet. Riven gets back to lane on time to stop them from taking first turret in top lane. At the moment, that's pretty much just an empty bishop, just waiting for the turret to go down. No more plates, no more reason to keep it alive, no more reason to sort of go for it, really. Now it's just a battle for first turret. Oh, the flash to get away from that. Now we see Leona manage to get the stun, narrowly avoids a knockup coming straight in from Pogius. Gets right in for the team fight. It's Jin versus Ezreal. Can they do it? That's 1 kill. Looking for the second. That's going to be 2 kills in favor of Ezreal and Alistair now. Meanwhile, on the top half of the map, Offense is looking to try and do something. Waits for the teammates to catch up. Dashes to get away. Then he flashes to get over top. Won't be able to jump over the terrain yet. Troops high, able to deny as much as he can.
And
but
Graves
can he
is
get the kill was the better
back
question.
to full health.
He's getting there, he's getting close. Graves, however, comes back into the fray. Will it be enough? No, Troops high claims the first kill. Looking to go for the second, gets the knockup. All the ultimate dash coming out. Will she be able to do something? Yes! It is a 1-for-1, and then just out of nowhere, late to the party, just Skarner.
Skarner's like, oh, hey guys, what's up? Oh, I'm late to the fight. And then Carly does pop off there and wins, gets some nice little kills for herself. The Carly's quite scary. She's 5-1-1.
And what's worse, she's gone for the Riftmaker, so it's like we know what she's trying to do. She's trying to build to last against the likes of a Poppy and Pantheon at this stage.
Yeah, she definitely does need some of that tankiness and sustain to be able to survive in these fights. You can't afford to not have any tankiness and just walk forwards into a Pantheon and Jin and Poppy. They will destroy you if you don't have anything to stop them.
They are letting this Poppy get a free ride for too long. She's doing so much damage to Riven. It's horrendous. Now Will's coming in, managed to save the day, comes in with a stun. Regular Tree gets a redemption hit, gets the kill. As the Eclipse, like I did mention before, now Skarner gets a trap on top of Astral World. Oh, there's the shield bow positive popped, trying to keep himself alive for a little bit longer, but no! Without that Bloodthirster, he is going to be flying up a creek without a paddle.
Yeah. The Bloodthirster is just too little to save him. and he doesn't manage to get that Ribbon there. That Ribbon survives so much longer than she should have been able to. But she managed to tank it, and will start trying to work on the Poppy's tower.
Are we beginning to see the downfall of Mcom Alpha or Mcom Gravity at this point? Oh! Ulti's in, gets a bit of damage, and then Ulti's out. Well played by Orphans.
Yeah, Orphans is styling on this Akali. Very clean of it. But the Poppy is also very strong, and that's nothing to look down upon.
Both sides are hitting a bit of a stalemate. Dragon's about to respawn. Herald is available. Graves is in the top half of the map, now running towards to save the lane.
Yep. And
I gotta say, it's not regular you would see a jungler willingly take, be willingly given a wave like that. Top turret finally goes down. Akali goes right on top. Does a little bit of damage. Pops to try to keep herself alive a little bit longer. And we see Skarner's nearby trying to do something. Pantheon with the Grand Skyfall. Ubi trying to get a couple free hits here and there. Oh, a nice stun, but will it be enough to take down Orphans? Yes, it does, just with that last minute spur coming out from Poppy. Nash pops the ulti, throws one away, goes right on top of two. All Pantheon gets taken down from the janitor. And it looks like they can't try and do what they can to keep themselves alive a bit longer. Oh, Poppy doesn't exactly get to stay alive long enough. Anything's helped her. Now we do see the big surprise coming out from Nico. Gets one kill. Looking to do something. It won't be enough. That's going to be another takedown. That is 2 kills to 3. And it looks like Kraken on the head managed to make a comeback.
Yeah. Kraken have definitely been making a bit of a comeback. The Akali and Riven have been absolutely popping off. And Ezreal's doing his job. He's putting out damage in the fights, while his solo laners are there, just being absolute menaces in these front lines and deleting everything.
What's to happen now is going to be very interesting with that Dragon going down to
Pantheon.
Yeah, that's really weird. Pantheon going down. It's unheard of, honestly.
Yeah.
But then again, he did also claim first blood this game, so I guess we can't exactly be too surprised about him making such feats.
Yeah.
All the while mid lane's getting a nice reset. Hey? What was that?
Nothing.
You're on my watch list, mister. Nah, I'm kidding. Garner over in the top half of the jungle. I feel like we're more or less just like reading out the stats now. This game is going a little bit slower than we anticipated. There is at least 1 kill per minute, but it doesn't feel like it.
Yeah, and it's really weird. There's been 23 kills in 19 minutes, but it still manages to feel like a very slow game. And I can't really explain why. I guess it's because the towers are all still up, so they're basically everyone's still laning.
Absolutely. I gotta say, Tube Tire's doing well to keep that lane alive, keep himself in the game for a little bit. Oh, gets a knock right on top of Skarner, followed by another snare. They're gonna be able to complete it off. No, he flashes over the wall. The rest of the team looking to do something. It's a massive brawl here. Kali comes in, pops a track, gets in the middle of the team, goes after Jin, takes down nobody actually, but instead Toop takes one down. Oh, there we go. Orphan takes down Jin. Ribbon comes over with a flash ultimate, doing what they can. Kali trying to do something. Poppy keeps him from behind. He's going to be able to do what he can to keep him out of the fray actually. And Pantheon nearby, but will it be enough? Where did that shield go? He managed to try and dodge away, but there's the roundup. Gets everything they can. Now it's down to the last 2 people. Graves goes in for a couple shots. Gets basic attack. Tangle Barb coming out. Oh, nice little shutdown coming over to Nico. Eight's looking to be the redemption they need to keep themselves alive in this game, and it seems to be working out well for them.
Yes, indeed. Nico is getting a nice little bit of gold into her pocket. She's still quite behind. Actually, she's no longer that much behind her, the Akali, as those little shutdowns giving her a nice chunk of gold to put her only 400 gold behind her laner, sitting on roughly 7.5k gold. Gonna start doing a lot of damage with her ultimates when she does manage to get that back off.
I'm very curious as to what Nico's build would be in the current meta.
Yeah.
Well, she's gone with the Ludin. She's gone with Ludin's Tempest, so that's one thing. Pantheon popping the Grand Skyfall. Oh no! I thought he was going to pop the Grand Skyfall. It looked like it for a second there.
Yeah. I have seen a few Nikos going the what is it? Horizon focus? The like bonus damage item. Because you hit an ultimate on that, and they all gets the bonus damage for rooting them. They're very powerful.
Hmm. What is Troops doing? 2 versus 1, pops the ulti. Oh, he gets pulled over! Somebody clip that moment right there. As we see Troops get caught in the middle of a 4-man bash up, get second out altogether, and it looks like there might be an uncontested Baron buff at this point.
Yeah, you do hate to see that interaction. Oh. But it doesn't look like their Baron is going to be forced anytime soon, as they are all just fighting it around in the mid lane for the moment. They are starting to move towards it. But Poppy is going to be spawning in 10 seconds with teleport. So it is going to be fought.
They're not going to be contesting this anytime soon. Ribbon's in the back line waiting for them to make their move. It's like they've already got that trap card laid, and now it's just a matter of waiting for the opportunity to turn it over. Teleport coming in from Tope, manages to get the engage. They stop them from getting Baron. There's the curtain call. Goes right on top of Ezreal, trying to get what they can, but Alistair stopping as many as they can. There's Nico's ulti coming right in, followed by the Grand Skyfall. That is 2 kills to 2. Looking to keep it going. It kind of coming in to be the revenge needed. Now it's down 2 to 1, actually. Sorry, 3 to 1. As Ribbon, Orphans, and Progeus keep themselves alive. Now it's down to 2 to 1. Troops higher, able to actually keep them alive. If anything, also prevented them from taking a Baron buff.
Yeah.
What is Regular Tree doing? Is she looking to do something? Gets locked into the wall. Gets stopped back a little bit extra. There's the shield to soak up some damage. Going to keep the fight going a little bit longer. Pop the ulti. And that's going to be all she wrote, as that fight is now disconnected, everybody.
Yeah, it was very nice from Tubes to delay them, drag them around the map, and not allow them to try and set up any objective. However, the Drake is spawning, and there's going to be a lot of people running to this Ocean Drake.
It's very interesting. Both sides are not ready to take on the Baron yet. And they're pretty much they're ready down to their 4th dragon. Now, we definitely know that one side's going to be very close, one step closer towards getting their Dragon Soul, and the other one's going to have to work a little bit harder to try and get the next Dragon Soul.
Yeah, that is definitely correct. And we're seeing a teleport coming in by the Akali, and she immediately gets stunned into the wall.
Yeah, is it going to work though? Like, Graves managed to get caught out, but dashes away evenly. Will takes up a little bit of damage. Akali already at half health. Is she going to be able to do something to try and recover a little bit more? The rest of the team nearby throws the spear over the terrain. There is a lot of perkage between both sides. Everybody is right outside the striking pit. I've never seen such tension before. But Skarner managed to get caught out. Sneeko nearby, pops the ulti, gets in. Oh, manages to get stunned by the right person. Is it going to be enough though? No, Skarner's going to take a hit. Flashes to get out of the way. What is this fight, everybody? There's Jen, first player to get taken down in this fight. The rest of the team from Mcom Gravity are on low health. That's 1 snare. An ulti missing altogether, but a stun into the wall. That's 1 kill each now, looking to keep this going. Pantheon, the flash from behind, Regular Tree claiming 2 kills, looking to keep this going alive. Ezreal trying to do what he can. Yes, he does. That's another kill, looking for the 4th kill. That's 4. Where's the other? Oh, they're all 8.
Yep, and that is going to be a very easy Ocean Drake, and I would be very surprised if they didn't try to go force the Baron here as well. It does look like I might be surprised and they just try and get some towers from it. They decided that it was too risky.
I was
just getting some
surprised.
energy.
I was surprised at how much that fight turned around.
Yeah, that was a very chaotic fight. It definitely looks like both teams going to win it several different times.
I want to know how Mcom Gravity plan to recover from such an ace, because that sort of set them behind even further. They're almost at a 5,000 gold deficit overall now. And it's only going to make matters worse, really, because, like, looking at the breakdown, every single member, except for Alistair, are in front of their enemy counterpart. And that's just already, like, screaming problems right there.
Yeah, honestly, the best play I can think of would be maybe trying to force a Baron, like fake force a Baron, and then win a fight with the Nico ultimate. Because outside of that, I don't really see a way they can get back into this game anytime soon.
Here we go, gets caught out. That might be a little bit too much. This could be the game-ending moment as Leona gets caught out, gets taken out as well by the help of two others. Orphan's nearby, takes quite a bit of damage, responds evenly well. Poppy's in bottom lane, doesn't have that teleport available. They might be giving up Baron at this point as on top of. Look at Riven. She is hunting for the enemy. Akali is sitting around the terrain, looking to keep herself connected to Riven. There goes the knight. There goes Nico's ulti. Tries to dodge which she can. Regular tree looking pretty low. Might want to be careful a little bit. Bottom lane gets taken out, but at what cost? Look at Akali go straight on top, takes the first bullet, gets an equal assassination right on top, and all the while, the rest of the team managed to claim a Baron buff. Things are looking pretty grim for Mcom Gravity, I'll tell you that right now.
Yeah, it is looking very grim. They've lost the Baron, and they're just going to have to try and hold in the bleeding as well as they can. They're not really able to win any of these fights.
No, but just picking up the Phantom Dancer for Graves instead of the Bloodthirster, I feel was probably a big mistake. And just look at Will, he's really catching on to him. Gets the stun, does a bit of damage, pops the shield bow passive, but he doesn't have his ulti available to actually pull him back. Now there's two looking to chase after him like the little yordle he is. Graves nearby looking to try and turn him around. All the while mid lane, they're pushing straight through the inhibitor turret. Might be able to get an inhibitor on top of if they play their cards right.
Yep, and the Riven is just casually pushing out the top lane.
Riven's doing Riven things. Oh, gets caught, tries to do what she can, pops the ignite on top. Oh, regular tree with the pop from the Eclipse will keep her alive a little bit longer. I gotta say, Nico is pretty much not exactly having the best time trying to take down regular tree, that's for certain.
Yeah, that is very true. But looks like the Mcom gamers did manage to save that mid tower.
There we go, regular tree in way too deep. The rest of the team just caught straight on top of it. There we go, the shutdown going over to 2. Now it's just a matter of seeing what the rest of the team might do in response to this. Baron buff is still active for at least another minute or so. But the rest of the team is not looking to try and make it push on it.
Yeah. The Kraken are just playing it pretty slow. Just looking to try and get a little bit of advantage where they can. They've got themselves a lead and there's no reason they have to try and force anything and risk throwing it away. So they're just going to go as they please and try and start getting stuff where they can.
Well, Dragon's just over a minute away. Skarner's looking to try and make sure that they can secure as much as they can, turn the fight over in their favor. And with that Pantheon going down, that's going to make things a little bit more comfortable for their team. He has the Grand Skyfall available, which is a little bit of an upset if they don't think about it. But we'll just see how it plays off, because they did put him on cooldown. They do have terrain advantage. They've actually got control over the area. But that ulti is still one thing they do need to think about. Poppy goes straight on top of Skarner. Skarner manages to turn it around. You got Nico nearby to try and help them out. Regular tree jumps over the terrain with a little swing. Curtain call pops around. Akali nearby tries to throw the shuriken over the terrain and just glitches it out, but won't connect onto anything major. Both sides are really playing a game of dodgeball between each other, and it is just intense.
Yeah, they're all standing around. They know that the next rake is something pretty important to try and fight for. It's not soul point for either, but it will put whoever gets it to fighting for soul point in the next rake after it.
And both sides have to fight equally harder, but we can say for certain that Kraked on the head do have this advantage because they have more map control. And regular tree diverting a lot of their attention while the rest of the team claim that third dragon for their team. They better come back and do something soon because Riven's not exactly having the best time. There we go, Jen takes the first kill of the fight. Then Orphan turns it around, gets a double kill. Looking to go for the third on Tope, gets that third kill. All the while, Graves. Wait, there's 2 of them. Graves and Nico completely split from everything.
Yeah,
This is
and
just horrendous.
yeah, it's very horrendous. And Mcom are just getting their base absolutely obliterated, just torn open. And Graves is slowly backing, but it's a little late.
It could be a little too late. You've got 4 members alive, 2 still on to respawn. You've got Nico and Graves alive, but will they be able to make a difference? It looks like they're able to at least bluff them outside of their own base, which is what they essentially need at this point in the game.
Yep. And we're gonna see the next Baron spawning in a minute 30. So I expect both teams to just wait around for that.
They'll be
Just
doing
check-
something, that's for certain. They'll probably prepare for it, and then within the last 30 seconds, they'll begin to actually trade off against each other. Because we're at that point where it's at least 45-second cooldown timers.
Yeah.
So anything under 40 seconds, anything under actually from this point onwards, even if they manage to kill a drag, even if they manage to kill one another, it's going to be a disadvantage because you've got like the respawn timer as well as the time it takes to run from your base to the Baron place. I mean, a regular tree, first person to go down, putting your team at a slight disadvantage.
Yeah.
Mcom Gravity might be looking to turn this around. This might be the moment they're looking for.
Yeah. They'll be able to try and they might want to try to contest this. They'll be a player up as long as none of their players get caught out. So this may be their one hope of getting back into this game by trying to contest this Baron that spawns in 30 seconds.
Yeah, we can definitely see Kraked on the head. Have the top half of the map more in their control. So they have the red jungle all like watered out nicely. They're taking down the top turret. They're able to try and push them back a little bit further to the point that we might actually see them take this dragon, no, this Baron, and that'll be it. All Graves gets caught out. Freaking Skana gets one first kill. Ubi goes for the second. There we go. Looking to go straight on with Nico, but won't be able to do everything. Oh, Jen uses the Gale Force to try and get away. There goes Nico. Boom goes Shakalaka.
What?
And then we see Jin go down as well. Are we going to see a pentacle coming out from Ezreal? He's nearby. He doesn't get pulled over the terrain. There goes the knockup from Alistair. Toops tries to fence right up against Ubi, but Ubi able to keep out of a distance with a phase shift. Is he going to be able to keep it going? No, the minions stop him. Is it going to be enough? Oh no, the shutdown! Pentakill denied as Troops Higher keeps himself alive that little bit longer. And just like that, that is pretty much going to be the game point moment, everybody. Just look at that.
Yeah. Though very sad for Ubi, just missed out on getting that pentakill in the grand finals. But members are starting to respawn, so Ubi may get a second chance of going for this.
It'll be a very risky move. I mean, you've got Troops Higher on cooldown for at least another 30. That's all 3 inhibitors down. Baron buff available. If they plan to keep this going out for a little bit longer, it's mainly because they just want to get 6 items.
Yeah, I mean, it would be pretty greedy to try and go for it. They are missing their ADC. So there is the chance of losing the fight there and the enemy team just running to Baron. So they play it safe and just run away. They've got such a big lead, no reason to throw it.
Absolutely. No, but you'd also want to try and secure this game away very quickly, because if you're not careful, you're going to give it over to the enemy because of a small slip-up. We've seen Gravity actually, like, grasp that opportunity, slam the door wide open to the point that they all ran straight through the corridor. Now we see Astra getting caught out again. Skana pulls it back. Oh, Flash as well as the Quicksilver Sash gets a double ulti knock-up, keeps the distance between them. But for how long, though, as we see at least 2 to 4 members right near the Baron pit. I can see Alistair and Riven not too far, sitting in the bush, making sure no one catches them off guard. This might be the last couple of minutes we'll see of tonight's bronze to gold here, mate.
Yeah, this Baron is getting obliterated. And after that, it should be a pretty simple, just push through mid and take towers.
Well, this could be the moment. This could be the final stand. All 5 members running it down middle. You've got top pushing in. Bottom as well with super minions clashing through the turret wall, through the base walls. Now it's a matter of seeing how they're going to try and play this out, because I believe one person, all it takes is one person, probably gets caught, might be looking to do something. Skana really running around the track, being a little bit of a claw guy. He's snapping his claws. There's an opportunity. Oh, there goes Nico, comes in, manages to get 1 kill, takes down the Ezreal. But is it going to be enough as Skana manages to claim a couple stuns here and there? Too higher He is on the critical point. Graves managed to get stunned altogether. Shilbo's not going to be enough. Akali going in for the double kill. Looking to keep it going. Riven turn the tides around to try and knocks him back. One next star goes down. Two next star goes down. A complete ace except for the Jin over. And this bronze to gold, everybody, in favor of Cracked on the Head.
And we spent a long time following Mcom through this night. Alas, in the last hurdle, they get taken out by Kraken Head, and Kraken Head wins the first Iron to Gold BSV tournament of 2021.
A very special congratulations to Cracked on the Head, as well as Mcom Gravity for being the runners-up, as well as our stream champions right up until the very end. A very special thank you to all of you who participated tonight in playing these games, making this competition possible, making it possible for literally everybody. And a very special thanks to all of you tuning in on Twitch, getting involved, getting interactive, memeing the chat, and everything of the sort. We're going to give a nice thank you to our head broadcast, our broadcast for tonight, BMR Josh or Corona Josh. You all know who the man is. My name is Jactical. I have been joined by Stavable, and we'll see you on the next stream.
Oh.